be there. I'm ready.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Vice President Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana, I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Ocansey area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Muhammad, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
This was the moment that the nation stood still, because even up until now, there are many who are still living in a state of denial, hoping that this is not true and that something else would happen. But as the seconds continue to tick by, reality dawns on us, and we have to continuously confront the reality, waking up to it every day for the past 3 days. And how about the families as well of these persons we have lost? We refer to them as gallant Ghanaians, patriots, statesmen, and all that we call them. But these people are fathers, they are brothers, they are pillars of families, and they are the hopes of people. And this conversation we're going to have this morning will reflect exactly that. And also, as the President did say, that asking for answers to what exactly could have caused this crash is a necessary outcome of this unfortunate incident. Catastrophic beyond every measure. So that's a conversation we'll have this morning. Beyond the mourning, the wailing, the tears, and the memories, we certainly need answers on what exactly happened. So, welcome. This is Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. This is the final day of the 3 days of national mourning declared by the President to honor the memory of these fallen heroes who died in the line of duty. Welcome. My name is Alfred Ocansey. I will be joined shortly by my guests. We will start the conversation right away, together with you, the different aspects of what has happened to us as a country, as a people, and to the families of these fallen heroes that we will talk about. So stay with us. After this quick break, we'll start a conversation. We're live as well on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the City of London, and also Voice of London television and a number of radio stations across the country. Welcome on a sad, dark, heavy morning as this. This is Key Point. We'll be back shortly.
Reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle.
From the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital.
From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani.
From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust, impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News, leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle.
From the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital.
From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani. From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust. Impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
Bleu.
nation in mourning this morning. We're a nation also seeking answers this morning. And rightly so, the president acknowledges this need for closure, especially for the families of these persons we have lost. They are not just patriots or gallant Ghanaians or heroes, fallen heroes, and all the adjectives we've used to describe them. Their families are wailing. Their fathers, their brothers, their siblings, their uncles, they are pillars of families. And we're very mindful of that this morning. Behind these identities are people who lay down their lives for this country. Dr. Edward Omaneboama, Minister for Defense. Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, so a Member of Parliament. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Limuna, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. Dr. Samuel Sapong, one-time Ashanti Regional Minister, one-time Mayor of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, until his untimely death was the Vice Chair of the National Democratic Congress. Dr. Samuel Sapong, also followed by Dr. Samuel Abuaji. He was the Obuasi East parliamentary candidate for the NDC. In fact, we had a conversation with him during that election period, the disputes that characterized that entire election in Obuasi East. Until his untimely death, he was a Deputy National Coordinator and the Deputy Director General of NADMO. Squadron Leader Peter Anala, the pilot with so many years of experience and the highest form of professionalism that you can ask of a pilot. Flying Officer Anan Chum Ampedu, Sergeant Ernest Adumensa, Technician of the Ghana Armed Forces. These 8 fallen heroes died in the line of duty. As we mourn this morning, we continue to ask for answers as to what exactly could have caused this crash. What should we be looking out for in this investigation? The president talks about a full-scale investigation into this. And he's well aware of the reason why. During that broadcast to the nation 2 nights ago, this is what the president said about the investigation and what the way forward is. Take a look.
These gallant men each served Ghana with distinction. And as we mourn, questions about the cause of this tragedy are only natural and important. And I want to assure the families and the nation that the Ghana Armed Forces has initiated a full and transparent investigation into the circumstances of this crash. An investigative board of inquiry has been set up to investigate the cause of the crash. The flight data and cockpit voice recorders have both been retrieved. All 8 of the bodies of our departed comrades have been retrieved, and the government is in close touch with the bereaved families about identification of the bodies and final interment. In this moment of national grief, let us remember that we are above all Ghanaians, united not just by our nationality, but by our shared hope, our shared humanity, and now our shared sorrow. Let us set aside our differences and offer our collective compassion to the bereaved families. This is not a time for division, speculation, or political point scoring. It is a time for strength, for empathy, and for the enduring Ghanaian spirit that still stands tall when all else has failed.
That's the President, John Dramani Mahama there, with that heavy heart that reflects the mood and the state in which we find ourselves in as a country. Today is the last day of the 3 days of the national mourning, but the President talks about what the way forward looks like. And this morning, This is what we do know. There's been previous instances of this nature that put it on record that this is the most fatal that we have had in these instances involving helicopter crashes of the Ghana Air Force. Fast forward, let's go back a bit. In the year 2002, the Ghana Air Force Augusta Bell 412 helicopter was involved in a crash. It crashed in the Etiwa Forest in the eastern region. 5 military personnel on this helicopter perished. In fact, they had been tasked to undertake a medical evacuation, or what we call in the medical terms, you talk to doctors, they call it a medivac. A medical evacuation was what they were on. That was the mission. They were going to save lives when this helicopter crashed in 2002. Then in 2020, a Haben Z9EH helicopter belonging to the Ghana Air Force made an emergency landing on the 25th of June, but none of the 8 people on board were injured. Emergency landing in a field 32 kilometers west of the Tamale Airport. The crew landed after observing a malfunction of the tail rotor system. Now, I want you to keep in mind the registration of this helicopter, Haben Z9EH. There is no information as we speak as to whether this was the same helicopter involved in this crash. But the communication from the Ghana Armed Forces on the day of the crash was the helicopter is registration number Z9. March 19, 2024, very fresh in our minds, if you recall, the emergency landing of the Ghana Air Force helicopter with registration number GHF 696 at Bonsukrom in the Western region. The landing occurred as a result of bad weather. Recall, this was when some staff of Ghana Gas and some people who were on that particular aircraft, this helicopter. This was in 2024. Now, I ask that you bear in mind the registration of this particular helicopter involved in this emergency situation in 2020, because we decided to just check the Ghana Armed Forces website. That website was at least the most open source of information. So what I'm going to show you, you can find out yourself as you're watching us now. If you go to the Ghana Armed Forces website, it details the fleet of the helicopters and then also the aircrafts that they have. Now, this is what the Ghana Armed Forces website looks like. This, right? If you go on, you click on the Air Force, they have their mission, they have everything there. But then when you slide down, this is not the helicopter. This is the GHF 696. This GHF 696 was what, according to the Ghana Armed Forces, this particular one, GHF 696, was what was involved in that emergency landing in 2024. This particular one. Now, these are the assets that they have. First, you see there is the Z9EH. The Z9EH is the first helicopter. Now, when you click on the Z9EH, this is it. It is described as the Z9C is a naval helicopter of Chinese origin based on the Z9 utility helicopter, which in turn is a license-produced version of the Eurocopter Dolphin. It's a license-produced version of the French Eurocopter Dolphin. The PLA Navy classifies the Z9C as an anti-submarine, anti-ship, and SAR helicopter. Those are the specifications. Anti-submarine, anti-ship, and SAR helicopter. That is according to how the Ghana Armed Forces describes this Z9. You see there, Z9EH. Now, we would have some more education on this. Wing Commander Sogbajo, retired, is going to be joining us, so we'll have a conversation on this. You see the MI-17V5. There is the MI-171SH. There is the K8. There is CASA C295. And the Falcon Easy. These are the assets that the Ghana Armed Forces displays on their website. It's Ghana Air Force. It's open source. You can find it there. Now, there's a bit more detail we'll get into about what the makeup of the Z9 is, and as well which aspects of the investigation should be of concern to those who have been tasked to get answers for us as a people. Now, beyond this, if you look at the ICAO specification on what you should be looking out for in such instances, this is what the experts and the Wing Commander Sobojo, retired, who's going to be joining us shortly, made available to us. One, the site safety and preservation is extremely important in our quest to get answers. First, secure the crash site, prevent disturbances, looting, or contamination of evidence. But unfortunately, as we brought you that exclusive videos, on the day of the crash, the residents of Brofidru, where this incident happened, out of ignorance, were seen. In fact, we captured them on video carrying parts of this crashed helicopter, the debris, because they were closer to the crash site before the rescue team, the security agencies personnel arrived there. In fact, it had to take our correspondent, Ibrahim Abubakar, who's done a great job for the past 3 days, and he's actually still monitoring the happenings in the community because the search team, we understand, is still there. He had to take him to speak to some of the residents, to take the debris of this helicopter that crashed back to the crash site. We'll find out as to how much of an impact that act of ignorance may have compromised what the investigators will be looking for. But what you're seeing on the screen is what I'm talking about. So you see them with the helicopter parts. They took them. They say they're going to keep them for souvenirs, so for the memory of it. And they were taking it home. Some of them proudly displaying it. We captured all of that on video. And we made this video available to the regional minister and then also the member of parliament for the area. Now, the member of parliament, the Honorable Azuma, yesterday followed up on this, went to the community. Yeah, you see them. They say they've taken parts of this, the debris of this crashed helicopter, keeping it. Thankfully, we got them. Ibrahim spoke to them, appealed to them to return it. That is critical. Where they are now is critical to the investigation itself. Preservation of this crash site, prevent disturbance, looting, contamination of evidence, mark hazards, preserve perishable evidence, weather footprints and debris scatter patterns, in fact, can change quickly. All of this is part of what you're going to be looking out for. So if where the debris was, now they've taken it home, they have to retrace and see where exactly it was, it's going to be a lot of work. Reconstructing the exact situation. Yesterday, we got some information that after Ibrahim Abubakar did this, and we put it on TV, the Member of Parliament appealed to the residents, the community gathering, to to return any of the parts if they have it in their home. Some of them did. In fact, they returned a watch that was taken at the crash site. So that watch has now been tendered in as exhibit. That is what happened yesterday. This is another issue that is also going to be of concern to us this morning in having a conversation. The wreckage from the multiple angles, the tail, main rotor, which was one of the cause for one of the previous instances of the emergency landing that we showed you. Also, the transmission and all of these areas as well would have a conversation on, because it's critical to see how the way forward should look like. The last time the now late Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed was on Key Point. It was just a little over a month ago. He was seated right there next to me, very passionate about his contribution to fight illegal mining, because this administration has a multi-ministerial approach to the fight against Galamsey. So you had the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, Lands and Natural Resources, Defense, Interior, all coming together. And this is what he said. We play this in honor of his memory. Take a look.
It's entirely by the security agencies. Yeah. November 2022, the military men who were policing more or less these forest areas were all asked to withdraw by the previous administration. So it was free for all. They were all asked. They withdrew all the military men and other security forces who were manning these forest areas. They asked all of them to withdraw. For what reason? Perhaps for political reasons or reasons known to the previous administration. Now you have a new government that came to office in 4 months. So the enormity of the challenge confronting us, that's why I want people to appreciate what we have done so far. As a result of the intelligence gathering, we're able to determine that why is it that there are no security forces hitherto who were there operating are no longer. We got the information that in November they were all asked to withdraw. 2, we got to realize that 9 of our forests were all overtaken by these armed, wielding young men, most of whom are not even Ghanaians. They speak foreign languages. Now, we didn't just stop there. What responsible governments do? We quickly marshaled the security forces without announcing to the people of this country to move in. We liberated 7 out of the 9. The 2, as I talk to you, there is operation going on. But you also agree with me. You can't have all these forest areas, even if we marshal the entire military force of this country, to be able to take care of that. So what we have done is that, and Erastus, reported, that they attempted to go back. They attempted, when you come and they attempted. So the moment we got that hint, the military moved in again. Now, what we intend to do is that having gotten all these 9 forest reserve areas liberated completely, then we must ensure that they no longer have the capacity to move in. Excavators, do you know that as a 2023 fiscal year, excavators were the 3rd largest imported, if you like, machinery or commodities into this country?
Not machinery, everything we
imported. Excavator, the 3rd largest. Value of things we imported into this country. What kind of construction work were they doing?
the sorrows of the First Lady, Lordina Mahama, and you saw the Communications Minister, Samuel Nate George, there as well. It reflects the mood of the nation this morning, the last day of the 3 days of national mourning as declared by the President. A number of things that will be happening later in the day, but this is Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279, the Voice of London Radio in the heart of the City of London, and the Voice of London Television as well. When I played that video of the late Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed on Key Point just a little over a month ago, there was one other person who's passionate about the fight against illegal mining you saw seated next to him. He's with us in the studio this morning. Engineer Dr. Kene Ashibe is the Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Mines, Ghana, and also the convener of the coalition against Galamsey in this country. Engineer Dr. Kene Ashibe, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Alfred, I'm not too sure there's anything good about the morning. You can talk about a morning, but there's nothing good about this morning, and it's sad. I've gone through several emotions. Yesterday I was angry. Today I don't know what I am. I don't know what state I am in, but the first thing is we want to wish the families our condolences. I am reminded of the 16th of October 1983. A 13-year-old boy, I was in the house, and a policeman walks to my house and then asks me my name. And I tell him my name is Kenneth Ashibe. And he says to me, and I remember very vividly, I am sorry, your father was in an accident and your father is dead. I can tell you that my house became dark immediately. And I remember vividly what happened then. And so I can imagine what is happening in those homes. Even for teenagers, you know, as young as they are, it's difficult. It's difficult. And so at this stage, all we can do is to wish the family well. It is not for nothing that in the Bible, when they record the moment that our Lord Jesus Christ wept, it was at the death. So death is painful. It's difficult. It's painful. And we all serve a nation. The biggest price to pay is to lose your life in, you know, for the military, that's what they are trained to do. But even for them, it's tough. And for others who also dedicate themselves to deal with the challenges of this country, to go like that is tough. I'm sorry. I was sitting there in Obuasi, waiting. I knew the Minister of Defense was going to come, but I did not know that my brother Murtala was also going to come. And so the flight had delayed and the program had delayed. And so the plan was that instead of they coming and all of us driving to Black Park, where the event was going to happen, they were going to meet us there. So we all left and went to Black Park. Interestingly, I was seated directly behind the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. And I saw the confusion, you know, just about when we were about beginning the program. But I was not too certain what it was. But for me, the worrying sign was when the Ashanti Regional Minister started asking for the National Fire Officer, the fire officer around the place. But again, I was seated next to the CEO of Anglo Gold Ashanti. And so, coincidentally, Wednesdays are when Anglo has a chopper that moves around. So when the people in where it had happened saw the chopper go down, they sent the videos to their security team. And so it was sent to the CEO for Anglo. He shared it with me. It was difficult. The question, because from the video I saw, there was definitely not going to be any survivors that, like we had seen in previous times. But bear in mind that I could have said that I would leave, this thing, there's work, and I could have asked. Because we got an invitation as the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. So I could have asked that.
To be there at this program.
Event. So I spoke at the event. So I could have asked, and they could have graciously said that, okay, this is the flight. So any of us could have been on the flight coming to the space. And for me, as a country, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We are all complicit in this thing that has happened. The way we have treated this fight against Galamsey, it's the reason why we're here. They had come in there for us to go launch the responsible cooperative mining. But you see, these are environmental criminals that we have to deal with. But we decide to look at it in other ways. His Excellency calls it a national emergency, but His Excellency will not declare the state of emergency so that we can deal with this decisively. My prayer is that the blood of these 8 gallant Ghanaians will not go in vain. Like the blood of Christ, came in and did some change. These people have sacrificed their lives for us. And so from the coalition, even as we mourn with this 8, the most important thing is their memories. The price that they have paid should ensure that these environmental criminals do not continue. That those that we know should be dealt with decisively. That those who are still, as we speak, currently in the fields on our water bodies and all of that, they need to be dealt with. Otherwise, we will be a people that will be described in very bad ways. You can have a situation where you have 2 ministers of state, a pilot, other, my brother Muntaka, Mutala, this is a member of parliament. A member of parliament, very busy, but was able to go to University of Ghana and pursue a PhD. And in doing his PhD, he didn't go and take a subject that had data. He went went into an area where there was no data and did primary research. And
political science.
And then you have what? How many PhDs do you have in Ghana? But how many PhDs were on that flight? How many, military people do we have? and we lose 8 at a go, it cannot be in vain. So I am, and for us at the coalition, and even from the chamber, we're saying that this should not be in vain. Based on this, we should ensure that we stop the irresponsibility. We go back to responsible mining. And for the coalition was divided. I was pushing that we should change the name of Galamsey to environmental crime. We should stop calling it. Because you know what we've done? We've normalized that crime. We've normalized that ecocide. We should stop calling it that and call it what really it is. There are some politicians. Some of them might even be, around by now also be weeping and wailing. But all of them are people who are benefiting from these things that are happening. There's some of them that have even the Attorney General have called for investigation into their cases. We have not seen what Iyoko is doing. We need to start seeing some action in that. There is Akonta mining. We have had arrest and all of that. It's not gone to court. Prof is here. Prof's report is laden with a lot of suspected criminals who are still walking around. Some of them are even shedding tears, as all of us are shedding tears. There's the NDC MP for our win, who has been accused by his traditional authority of being engaged in Galamsey. What is happening to him? There is the NDC constituency chairperson for Dunkwao and Axim. What is happening to them? And so it is important that everybody who is involved in this heinous crime that results in Ghana losing 2 ministers and 6 others at the same time, we don't treat this thing as normal. Enough is enough. We need to ensure that this is the point of inflection where we stop this thing that is happening in our country. It cannot be. The number of lives that have been changed because of this. I still sit here after how many years in 1983, and I look back. And some of the things that I took, opportunities that I have lost. I sit and some things happen and I say, if my father was here, what would happen? There are a lot of children who will still be saying that. There are a lot of women who by this time are feeling that pain. We don't know how they are feeling as we speak. All of us, all of these things that we're doing, after a while we would return to our works. We will return to our normal lives. They will never return to their normal life. And I'm not saying this based on what I have heard. I am telling you this as a 54-year-old man who lost his father in an accident. Again, in an accident, a lorry accident on the 16th of October, 1983, and I still feel that pain. And I see it in my little sister was in the vehicle when that happened. And I know what she has had to go through. I know what the challenges my mother had to go through when that happened. So we should make sure that this sacrifice that has been done, not only by this aid, but the mother who is sitting and hearing her only son go, that wives that are seeing this will not be in vain. I plead, but the kukuno, His Excellency, but the kukuno, I beg you, me babo fight, but Paul Cho, don't let this go in vain. This responsibility is on nobody else but you. This is a pain that you feel very close because these people were closer to you than any of us can imagine, apart from their families. So His Excellency, I can't speak your local language. I have spoken to you in that particular language. I plead, don't let this be in vain. Don't let this be in vain.
Engineer Dr. Kenashigbe, I thank you very much for these initial words. Let me also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Pet Paul Wepeba, President of the Ghana Academy of Forensic Sciences. Good morning, Doc. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
I know that you're still pulling yourself together, so I would skip and also acknowledge the presence of Madam Shamima Muslim. She's a deputy presidential spokesperson, and this morning it's been a heavy one trying to get her into the studio. Madam, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning to you, and thanks for having us.
And also joining us is one man who also committed most part of his final or the dying years of his public service to the fight against Galamsey. He risked his life at many instances to get the evidence that is needed for action to be taken in the fight against Galamsey. He at some point occupied the ministry that the late Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed was occupying before his untimely death, as the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. He was the chair of the Interministerial Committee Against Illegal Mining. A celebrated heart surgeon. He has contributed to this country's development in many ways. We cannot end today talking about the tall list of things that he has done in contributing to the development of this country. But for today, we focus on his commitment to contribute to the fight against illegal mining. Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Now, have you kindly share the first few words on this rather unfortunate incident that has befallen us as a country? Prof, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I condole with the families of the deceased Ghanaians. Auntie Leticia, the mother of Dr. Mani Boama, shedding. If you are watching us, or if somebody is seeing us, tell Auntie Leticia that we greet her, condole with her, and he should stay strong. It's difficult to say that at this time. I'm particularly touched because I know the people very well. Dr. Omane Boama was my student, and when I was chief executive, it was the time that he completed his medical education. And so I know him. And then Dr. Murtala Mohammed is now an occupant of he was the last Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. And they were doing two things which are very dear to my heart. The fight against Galamsey and also promoting science, technology and innovation. President Mahama, as Ken Ashby has addressed you, I believe that if the government wants the Galamsey or illegal mining to stop today, it will stop. Let me explain something. Let us not talk about Galamsey. Galamseyers are very small people. You know, technically, they are poor people who go to the field with a headpan, shovel, and try to work on fields that have been degraded already, tailings left by other miners. So they try to get something from it. So let us ask ourselves, who are the people destroying the environment, the environmental terrorists, as Ken said? Who are they? Certainly, they are not members of the Ghana National Small-Scale Miners Association. They are not, because Ghana National Small-Scale Miners Association, the members are disciplined, they go through the system, they have their concessions, they do the reconnaissance studies, prospecting studies, and they go on to get their licenses. But those who are doing the thing are the people who have 25, 30, 50 excavators. They get the concessions, they don't go through the process, and they get security men to secure the area and the mine. These are the destruction, not Galamsey people. And if we want to deal with them, and these are very powerful people. We saw them in the MPP, and they are still there now, as Ken is saying. I am very passionate about these things. So, President Mahama, if you want to stop the thing now, if it's not stopping, it means because of people high up in government, in the political party, that are doing these things. And these are people we can't stop. They are foot soldiers. They are saying that now their time has come for them also to enjoy, and therefore they are enjoying. And it's difficult for the party or the government to stop these people. If you are very powerful, you are very disciplined, if you want to stop it now, it can be stopped. Also, I believe that there's no need to launch anything. Launch responsible like community mining or whatever they call it. We've got launches in the past. We had launches in the past in the MPP time, even this time. The Minister for Mines a few months ago launched an army to work on the water bodies. What has happened to them? There's no need to launch anything. We know those who are doing this and go after them. Because it's for this launch, that we had this helicopter crash and these gallant men were killed. So there's absolutely no need for a launch, any launch. Go ahead and get rid of the people. And they are not small people. They are not Galamseyers. They are not members of the Ghana Small Scale Miners Association. They are powerful people who have money and who can get people to secure their mining areas. They are causing the damage. Well, I mean, my last point that I want to make is that with regard to Dr. Murtala Mohammed, you know, when I was a minister, I started a program, a project called the National Foundry and CNC Machine Tooling Center at Atomic Energy. This is a very important thing, and this is an installation that can change this country. It will give us the capacity to build machines, to build spare parts, to create many things. And there are a lot of fabricators who can do many things for this country. There are people who are experts in PLC, programmable logic control, that's automation. They are waiting on this thing. The project has stalled. I know Dr. Murtala visited the site, but he could not continue. Let us get this thing down, the machine tooling centers and the foundry project. I'm prepared to advise. I'm not looking for any position or any money. Just that Ghana will be put on the path towards sustainable development. If we sit here and import everything from toothpaste to aircraft, and we expect that this nation will go on, it will not go on. So I'm very passionate, about the death of Dr. Mohammed and also Dr. Mani Boama, you know. So please, let me stop here for now, and we'll go ahead and discuss some of these things.
I see. I thank you so much. And Shamima, I just wanted you to pull yourself together. That's why I moved you on very quickly. But you were at the heart of the entire activity of that day. And to be honest, we here at TV3 got a wind of this almost, I think an hour and 30 minutes before, but it wasn't our responsibility to put it out there. But you were the seat of government. Now, give us an idea of how you had to grapple with putting out this very heavy news on that day and all what was going on.
Well, greetings. I wanted to say good morning, but obviously it's not a very good morning. So greetings to the nation that is mourning and which will tonight honor the memory so soon, but we're already referring to our comrades in memory terms. Tonight we will honor them on a night of reflections and a memorial of friends, colleagues, family, especially to think about their life, to share fond stories of our times with our colleagues. It was a shocking news indeed, and it brought the entire presidency to a standstill. There were whispers and airy silences, and complete and utter disbelief, and hope that what we had heard was not going to be confirmed as what has indeed happened. Before I say anything further, I'd like to extend to the people of Ghana, from His Excellency, the President, the Vice President, Chief of Staff, and all members of government, the deepest condolences and sympathies to especially the families of all our fallen, courageous comrades and heroes. His Excellency is deeply broken by this tragedy, and he knows that the families would indeed go through a harrowing period. He is with all of you at this trying times. His Excellency wants to also extend gratitude to the families for the cooperation they have given to government officials and the security agencies in agreeing on the processes that need to take place before we are able to hand over to you the remains of your loved ones. Your patience, your understanding, your cooperation is deeply, deeply appreciated. His Excellency would also want to extend gratitude to the people of Ghana for the outpouring of support, especially prayers, calls, love, empathy, and also to the many of you who have since made time to visit our memorial ground at the ceremonial gardens in front of the Jubilee House to commiserate with our departed souls, to lay flowers, to light candles in their honor. His Excellency extends his deepest appreciation to all of you. Friends from outside of the country, yesterday the Sierra Leonean president was in town to pay his respects and later visited His Excellency. We appreciate all the support His Excellency has received from other world leaders, which condolences are still pouring in by the minute. We'd also like to extend our appreciation to the media for bringing to the people of Ghana coverage of this very disastrous event. But our appeal remains that even as we balance the need to let the public know, we remain guided by the moral and ethical standards of our profession to provide a dignified coverage, especially to also take steps that are within your power to no longer show some of the earlier images and visuals that came from the disaster site. We appreciate those of you who have since responded to the plea by pulling down some of those harrowing images that none of us would wish even for our worst enemies to be how they should be remembered in their end. So we thank those of you who have since heeded the plea. And we thank those of you who have deleted some of these images on WhatsApp groups and who have also declined the temptation to share. I think we all can imagine what the families are already, we can't even imagine if you have not walked, just like my brother said, you can't even begin to imagine. So we thank you, and we continue to plead, especially with the media, to continue to provide dignified coverage of this disaster of monumental proportions. And even as we grieve, we would like to call the nation to hold hands, to bear His Excellency up in prayer, to bear all of us as appointees who keep asking ourselves, why not us, but them? we all do know that in moments like this, when we have cause to ask God why, it is in his solace that we find answers. In disbelief, in anger, in pain. And so bear all of us in prayer, especially His Excellency, as I have said, that he may not be confounded by the weight of the crown he wears. As Muslims, we do say that every soul will taste of death, and we all do owe death, a debt that we can't pay, not with all the riches in the world, but with our life. It is just our prayer that when it does find us, it finds us in more acceptable ways than we have seen. Everyone who has interfaced or known all of these 8 victims know that they are good people.
Indeed.
And so you would ask, why would God allow such suffering? And in my reflections, I came upon a text, because we do refer to liturgical texts, you know, faith books in these times to try to find answers, you know, to ease our pain and to make the situation a bit more bearable.
Yes.
And I came across a text that said that God allows or permits suffering that man may know his limits and return to repentance. So may we know our limits. May we be guided by the experiences of these kinds of situations to let humanity lead. Because in the end, no matter how big we are, how rich we are, how connected we are, or how poor we are, death will find us when it will find us, and how it will find us. As the nation mourns, therefore, let us try to bring back a modicum of fellow feeling. Let us not be so disconnected from our common humanity that we are pushed to make some of the statements that we have seen from some individuals, some quarters. Let us not forget our common humanity. Disaster everywhere is painful. Tragedy everywhere is painful. Death everywhere is painful, of children, of adults, of the elderly, who can even be described as having lived to their ripe old ages. So may the stories of death guide us, the living, to think through our lives and imbibe better virtues that will stand us in readiness for when it does come. So as a government, we will do our best, and His Excellency assures all of us that we will grant our departed colleagues a befitting burial, a state funeral worthy of the ultimate sacrifice that they have had to make in line of national duty and service. May their souls rest in peace. May their families be strengthened at this time, and may they know that as they loved them, the God Almighty loved them the more. No words can ever compensate for the harrowing reality that faces each and every family member, especially the spouses. And I visited some of the homes, and I know the profound pain that sits in the hearts of the wives and the children, some of whom are so little to comprehend the magnitude of what has fallen or befallen them.
Shamima, thank you very much. And we have another guest also joining us this morning. But before that, take a look at this. The weight of that responsibility that Shamima you talk about on the shoulders of the President, John Dramani Mahama, because he is closest to at least all of them, apart from the families of these 8 gallant heroes we have lost. And that was captured in exactly how the President felt almost 2 days ago. Take a look at this. Joining us in the studio is Wing Commander Patrick Nelson Sogbojo, retired Ghana Air Force officer. Wing Commander Patrick Nelson Sogbojo, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Morning, Alfred.
And this moment of reflection, and I know that one of the issues that's of big concern to you is the aftermath of this. What has happened is heartbreaking. What happens afterwards is also extremely important in we getting clarity, answers to what exactly led to this. We've seen a number of distortions, speculations out there. That's the major reason why you're with us this morning. But how did this news hit you, please?
Well, first of all, let me greet your cherished listeners. I mean, my life in the Air Force, having been in there for a while and the past president of the Retired Air Force Officers Association, it's a sad situation. Extremely sad situation to leave your colleagues die carrying very important VIP passengers and to lose their lives. It's very sad. Extremely sad. I don't know. I'm not doing a PRO for the Air Force, but I'm here on my own, my experience within the Air Force. Some of us were lucky to have been trained in Italy to fly jet fighters, and that's what I was doing. And we're the first jet fighters south of the Sahara. We take this in very serious, and also we are extremely sad. I think the Air Force will not be waiting for an official investigations. And this particular situation, I would say this is not the first time that the Air Force has lost a helicopter flying over a heavily dense populated area. One was about 25 years ago in Etiwa, when they were coming from Kumasi, weather was bad, and they lowered themselves and they hit a tree and killed all the passengers. Almost similar to what happened
in the Etiwa forest.
Etiwa forest.
This eastern region. Was it the helicopter that was involved in the medical evacuation?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And all 5 on board died?
Yeah, they died, yes. They all died. The helicopter has to come down. Don't forget that. I brought this.
Yeah.
What gives the helicopter power to stay in the air are the rotors. And what gives the rotors the power is the engines. And honestly, I haven't come across that many pilots who like to take off and go and die, suicidal tendencies. Maybe we can go back to the Second War, the Japanese kamikaze.
Yeah.
And not too long ago, there was one in the U.S., Egyptian air or something, who started saying prayers, and they thought psychologically he ditched the aircraft. But no pilot would like to take off and say, I'm going to die. That's one thing. How did the Air Force get involved? Normally, Air Force transports government officials from the president, or anytime they request for an aircraft, being a helicopter or being a fixed wing. It's our duty, and that's done in all countries. And I can tell viewers that the records of Ghana Air Force is pretty high. Our accident rate is very low.
The accident rate of the Ghana Air Force
is very low.
It's very low.
Yes, and our reputation. And most of our pilots either locally trained or train abroad or go abroad to go and do some more courses. And normally, if a government needs a transportation by air, they will originate the request to the Air Force headquarters. And depending on the type of mission, then the Air Force will now get the particular aircraft which can or suitable for that purpose. Now, when that request comes to the Air Force will send it to the station or the base and then to the squadron that will have a task to perform Accra, Kumasi, Accra, Tamale. It will be their duty to select the aircraft which is going to perform and the air crew. And the air crew will go. So the air crew, what happens, you go to work in the morning, afternoon, and then you are given the task order that you are to fly A, B, C to this situation. And in our country where our road system is very bad, they do a lot of transportation of VIPs on helicopters.
On the helicopters.
It's very sad this happened as an accident.
And we've seen even civilians as well. Sometimes the Air Force gives that support to civilians also to fly to. In fact, some of my colleagues who have flown on some of these helicopters to cover stories at the Lubo border and so on. But on a typical day, as you indicated, you report you are chosen and told that you are flying ABCD. What are the protocols? What's the first few things you do before you get in there?
The protocol that you go through, first of all, we've got a task order to fly VIPs or passengers from where to where. Aircraft is selected, pilots are selected to fly. So when, as air crew, you go to near the aircraft you're going to fly, it's your duty to examine externally how the aircraft looks like or if there's anything wrong with it. Now, if you are satisfied and you go into the cockpit, we had what we call pre-start checks. You do your pre-start checks. If all the parameters in the in the console is okay, then you're allowed to start your engines. And after start, you also go back to check. This is not only to the Air Force or aviation. After start, you also check your instruments. If they are all right, then you may call the control tower and tell them where you are going.
Right.
And then the height and the rest. Control tower too will relate to you the weather conditions en route. That's what they do. But in this particular case, the pilots were all qualified. The aircraft is qualified because it flies both morning, noon, and night.
I see. If you say the aircraft is qualified, what do you mean?
That means an all-weather aircraft.
The Z9?
Yes.
It's an all-weather aircraft?
All-weather, yes. I mean, it transports people in the night when the pilots cannot even see. They rely on their instruments.
So this is an aircraft that was equipped to fly even with the bad weather or not too good weather.
Yes, I mean, if the weather is so bad, and after it's been relayed to you, the captain, you're on board. If you think it's too bad, you can't. You just scrap the flight and wait for weather to clear. But I don't think the weather between here and Obuasi that day was so bad. I don't think so.
So, just because that's another narrative, I mean, the weather could have contributed. But then again, you say before they fly, they would get that information.
You get information and get clearance from the control tower to allow it to go to where you're going. You just don't get up and fly in the air. It's controlled all the time.
So you don't put any premium on bad weather as one of the...
I don't think so, because the squadron leader must have been flying helicopters minimum about 10 to 12 years. His co-pilot maybe ran that for a few years. For him to be selected as a captain of VIP flight might be one of the best.
Yes.
You know, one of the best, you know. I think it's just an accident which happened. And planes fall all the time. It doesn't mean I'm not sympathizing with the dead. It hurts me. I also lost my colleagues like that, you know. But what I think we could do or can be done is that you select a height. And the pilot will not select a height to fly over treetops. Treetops is when you are given specific, they'll go low and look for something. But for safety reasons,
you fly above the trees.
You fly above any obstacle, because a map is there, the topography is there. So you select a height not to go and get into anything.
I see. But then the other narrative, in fact, some of the residents in this Brofiedu area that our correspondent spoke to say they saw this helicopter fly at a very low altitude. If that's to be considered, or is anything to go by,
Yes.
what would cause something like that?
For that to be considered, if it was flying, I said, you won't have any tree in Ghana here about 2,000 feet. Unless it's sitting on a mountain or something. But all these things are taken when you are preparing your height. You fly out to be approved by the control tower. You know, they saw the helicopter come low. What caused it to come low? This is the biggest issue.
So the biggest question is what caused it to come that low?
Yes. And they said they had ramming of the engine. It's when these rotors are moving. They sustain you in the air. And if for any reason, technically, something happened and you're coming down, don't forget helicopter ability to use helicopter is that it can land anywhere. If maybe they were close by a school, somewhere, they would have gone there for forced landing. But when you're in a heavily forested area, you don't have, time is not at your disposal. The aircraft is coming down, you want to pick it up, and it's not coming. The only thing is that you run into trees. And it takes time to be able to go and find exactly where it hit. It may hit a tree, let's say, first one, maybe 100 yards, and struggling to pick up or go and fall somewhere. But all these things can be deduced by investigations. So just seeing it and saying that it came low, why did it come low? This is the biggest question.
And that should be one of the major subjects of the investigation.
That is it. Because it wasn't meant to fly into trees. And he wouldn't take a height just on top of a tree. Okay, he will definitely go up. Even if the tree is on top of a hill, they are all taken into consideration to select his height. Or the height which may be given by the control tower. But in this case, the pilot himself will select a height not to run into any obstacle.
Now, if you're flying over a mountainous or hilly area, naturally, even when you're driving, you'll see these mountainous areas having heavy fog over them. And so visibility is low. In such instances, how do you navigate?
Well, pilots are trained to be able to do instrument flying. We have categories of license A, B, C, D. But in this particular incident, the captain was master green. That means he could fly in all weather. And if he could fly even at night, where there are no lights, small trouble. And the visibility as we set it, I believe from here to the door should be about 50 meters. But at least 200 to 300 feet, he can see what is ahead of him. And if he can't see at all, he relies on his instrument. The height is, he took off what is maintaining and a direction. You don't fly blindly and follow your route. So as I said, we should find out what happened for the chopper to drop so low to hit a tree.
And that answer we can get how?
We can get it from black box. That's the only thing. And black boxes too is not something which already been found. But you just can't open and get the answer. It might be sent back to the manufacturers or they come. What happened to Air India? You know, there was a struggle between Boeing and India. And Indian government said no. So they had to come over, open it, and then decode what it seems like. Because black box, what it does is that it gives all the parameters of the aircraft. As soon as you take off, it's engaged. Whatever you do can be found in a black box. And since both air crew died, the only thing is to go to a black box and find out what happened. Was it an engine problem? What was it? Was it a bird strike? But helicopters don't go down to have bird strikes. You know. So all speculations are doubtful. There's other aspect of people thinking maybe some Galamsey maybe shot it down.
Well, that's another.
I can tell you, no rifle they use down there can bring the helicopter down unless a missile.
No rifle
being used at Galamsey side can bring a helicopter down.
Except a missile.
A missile. Then you might be a marksman. It's flying to engage to shoot either the pilot, but there are two. And they all have the same console. But, or hit the fuel tank for it to, even if you hit the fuel tank and it's leaking, the pilot knows that he's losing fuel. And he will start looking for somewhere to land. But in the forest area, it's difficult to find somewhere that you can force land. And as the plane cannot be sustained in the air, it's coming on down. It's between you and my God. And that is a risk of being a pilot too.
Now, we also got information from my colleague Ibrahim Abubakar, who spent some time in this community, that some of the debris were found 45 minutes walk away from the place of impact. How do you explain that?
Every aircraft incident, parts of it, they fly off. And the forest area where it finally landed, there was no road going there. They have to hack. I remember 3 hours after the incident, I was talking to the commander. He said they are now cutting their way through the forest together. But the villagers, we have villages in the forest.
Yes.
So maybe it was close to some village, but not the village where you could land. And so when there was point of impact, it disintegrates. And the parts they collected, honestly, are not parts which can draw the attention of the investigation. I don't think they were good parts. I mean, the skin and things that I saw on television and parts of the rotor wouldn't make any difference. Whatever happens, the rotor must have hit a tree first before the fuselage.
The rotor is what we see going around on the top of it.
And the other airplanes there in the front, but this one is on top.
It's on top of it. So you talk about the wings, but this one, it goes up.
Yes.
But you said the answer to the critical question you asked about why this chopper came this low can be found in the black box.
Only in the black box. You see, he took off from Accra here. He gets to a height selected. And he's supposed to fly all that height until he gets to destination and then descend.
That's right.
So what caused it maybe 10, 20 minutes to destination to come down and hit?
But there are two devices in the black box.
One is a voice recorder.
The cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder.
That's a black box.
Okay.
The voice recorder is communication between the two pilots and the control tower.
Right. So which one of them needs the manufacturer to?
The black box.
The black box. So the cockpit voice recorder can be decoded.
The voice recorder is not too
important.
It's involved. If I was telling him that, look, I'm ditching, that we have, which is called Mayday. Mayday everywhere means that I am in trouble. Emergency phase, it can record it. And then a conversation between the pilots as how they're executing the emergency will also be there. But the black box will record all the parameters.
Right.
How it was flown, what happened, how it came down, will all be recorded in the black box.
You see. But then the voice recorder will only give us that communication of the impending disaster.
Yes. If it discusses, both of them are flying, and then suddenly they see that they are falling down, they may talk, or whether he even called the control tower in Kumasi or in Accra that have an emergency. And as I said, helicopter can stay in the air by the rotors. If it doesn't, I think a couple of days after that, there was one around Kumasi area. Fortunately, it managed to land in a school park. If there's a space, he will save the aircraft and himself. But on top of trees, it is difficult. When he has no control about the descent or ascent. I'm saying this to clear the minds of people. That they were not suicidal pilots that were flying to kill themselves. Or that thought of conspiracy theories have come in, but they are all, they don't.
And in fact, that's one of the major reason why we have you here this morning, just to dispel this speculation and give education, which is key, and how the way forward will be.
Back on that, if there should be an intentional something to destroy the flight, kill people on board, then the person will have to have access to the aircraft.
I see. So if we have to ever, even, under any circumstance, consider foul play, the person will have to be on the aircraft.
The person not on the aircraft will have to have access to the area. And then don't forget, this is an Air Force helicopter, and it's on a base, and there's security all around. So anybody having access to go and do it is difficult. Or else the technicians. And it won't be one technical person doing a pre-flight. There'll be a couple of them. And if even there was something on board, which the only thing they could do, contaminate the fuel or the fuel lines. But these airplanes have flown a distance. And then it was not detected on a console that there's something wrong. They immediately would have landed somewhere and not even continued. So that issue too is I rule it out. I don't think anybody put, for example, you didn't know the time it was going to take off, the direction to time it. If, for example, you're flying from Accra to London, it's about 6 hours. Or to Frankfurt, where I first met Doctor. It's about that period. So you can time it that maybe in 2 hours you explode. But the explosion didn't happen in midair. It's after it hit something that it exploded. And if you can look at even automobile, head-on collision, sometimes they burst into flames. And Doctor is saying human beings are very fragile. Any external shock will send you a comatose situation. So I strongly believe that the pictures we saw, maybe they were even dead already before they took the pictures. But the impact alone is enough to make you unconscious or kill you before you hit the ground. And once it hits the ground, 90% aircraft hitting ground will explode because aviation turbine fuel we use. But even this one uses aviation kerosene by a civil attack. There's no aircraft to crash. Even on a runway, it blows. So I'm sure they were pushed out because if they went, then they must have crawled out and left. By the street, I believe they were all gone before the fire even started. And they maybe got them bent.
No, but is it possible for the black box not to contain any data?
It's impossible.
It's impossible. Okay.
It's impossible. In this case, Ghanaians are expecting results pretty fast. The black box will have to be sent back to China, or the Chinese will have to come here. But besides, let me talk about this aircraft. It was donated by the Chinese about 2 years ago. So they are fairly new.
Z9?
Yes, Z9.
Was donated by the Chinese?
The Chinese for the sea patrols. That's why they are based in Takoradi. So they are modern aircraft. And this aircraft is a model of Dolphin of France.
Yes.
You know, and
we showed it on their website.
Yes,
I think it's on the website.
It is a good aircraft. But machines can fail you. They are mechanical at any time. Except down the road, you can break. Or maybe you're traveling to Kumasi and you drive us into the bush. What made you drive into the bush? There must be a reason.
I see. So this is not the aircraft that was purchased in 2015?
No. It's about 2 years ago. Yes.
Which was
the Chinese. We have the Zs, we have the MIs. The MIs are the big ones, the Russian ones.
Okay.
Extremely powerful. But that was not the type which was being used. It's a bit rugged for transporting VIPs or so forth.
Okay, so that's some very good information there. So this Z9, as you indicated on the Ghana Air Force website, is described as a naval helicopter of Chinese origin.
Yes.
Based on the Z9 utility helicopter, which in turn is a license-produced version of the French Eurocopter Dolphin. The PLA Navy classifies the Z9 as an anti-submarine, anti-ship, and SAR helicopter. What does that mean?
Yes. It's perfectly correct. It doesn't mean it can't transport passengers. So the cabin is there, and you can put passengers in.
I see. And I'll come to you for some more, and then also, but Dr. Paul Wapeba would have to leave us. But then let me draw in the forensics aspect of things, because now we know that samples have been flown to South Africa for forensic analysis, but prior to these samples being airlifted, you raised concern about how the bodies or the remains of these fallen heroes were handled at the crash site. What exactly is of concern on there?
Right. Thank you. And I would also want to extend my condolences to the families and the entire country, because I think for all of us here, either directly or indirectly, would have known one or all of the 8 gallant Ghanaians who have lost their lives. Even if not, the commonality of the human bond that binds us as Ghanaians far transcends our individual differences, and for that matter, we would all want to condole with the families. That said, we raise these concerns basically because of the fact that the crime scene wasn't properly, managed for a number of reasons. When Commander then talked, about how the analysis can be conducted to actually be able to get to the bottom of the happenings before the incident. Aviation forensics is very complex. If you want to draw in forensics to be able to find out the answers, bits of the wreckage that were carried away by the locals and all of that would, have contained some answers, because it is believed in forensics that if there's a crash of this sort, you could be able to use physics, all right, Newton laws of motion to be able to determine whether the aircraft actually broke mid-air, whether there was an explosion, mid-air, whether there was a collision mid-air, or it exploded on impact on the ground. Yes. And all of these can actually determine the distance by which some of these debris can travel. And to that extent, the distance that you're going to find a debris would help in identifying some of these, parameters that we're talking about. So the crime scene actually was supposed to have been cordoned to have prevented the locals from actually tampering with, the evidence in situ and not taking them away. Because if you find the evidence in the crime scene, what you need to do first is to take pictures in their original locations.
In their original location.
Right.
So with the videos we're showing right now, these residents taking the helicopter, the debris.
That is the sad aspect of it, because even if they return them, you wouldn't know where they actually picked them. So that aspect of you using physics to be able to determine the distance, by which they travel based on whether it exploded, it had an impact, it had a structural failure, or there was an impact on the full impact on the ground before all of these things happen, would be difficult to be able to determine. That would be difficult. That said, some of the wreckages, the pieces of the wreckage that they returning might still have some degree of evidence that can be of help in the investigation. So it is a good thing that they returning them, to the authorities.
But you underscore that concern of the difficulty that the investigators will have in retracing or reconstructing the entire crash site, because some of the evidence have been moved from the original location. We had some of them taking them home. They had to take an appeal for them to return it.
Yeah.
We're getting to know this as of yesterday, that a watch that was taken from the crash site has been returned by the residents. I mean, how does all of this, or how would this impact on the investigation, the quest to understand exactly what happened?
Yes, in forensics, we believe that every contact leaves a trace, and we are not stealthy as you might think. Wherever you go, you leave, traces of evidence, whether visible or latent. And some of the information that they would actually, fall on to be able to help in the investigation might not be visible to the human eye, and for them to have taken some of these pieces away and not be able to actually pinpoint where they picked them can, in a way, affect, affect or sort of delay processes leading to the finality of the investigation. But that is not to say that you can't not get to the bottom of, the investigations if you don't find some of these things. But it is good they bring these things, because they would be used in a way to actually be able to help unravel the happenings before the crash. But my concern, basically, it's due to the fact that the locals, people think that the locals didn't know, or because of the fact that the crash did happen far away from the city or the village. That is how come these things are happening. Nobody was around. They were the first responders and all of that. We believe there should be a national forensic policy or campaign or education. It is not only this. You can imagine any crime scene in Ghana before the investigators even get there. People would have trooped there with the intention of even trying to help. But in the end, they rather cause more harm than good, because one, they contaminate the crime scene. Two, they leave their own, biological material at the scene. And you can't become a culprit because you're leaving, your material at the scene. So that is why the taking of, these pieces away by the villagers, they cannot be faulted that much, because they did it on the blind side. They didn't know. So, but if we had sustained a campaign for them to know, or for the entire, nation to know these are the do's and don'ts in situations like that, I'm not sure this will happen. But for the institutions mandated to do these things, I have a challenge with how they handle the remains. The fact that somebody is passed on doesn't mean you can treat them without respect. You have to give them some, dignity. So the way they carried, the bodies,
the remains of
exactly from the site and all of that had a lot of.
So yes, that information about the remains being put in. I'm sure that's why you raised the concern. The remains being put
the sacks and all of that.
The cocoa sacks. And then because there were no body bags, and the residents thought they were only helping, as you said, that in their minds they thought they were helping the situation.
Yes.
And what was available then were the sacks and not body bags. What could have been done differently?
Well said, but I'm not sure the villagers started, carrying the bodies away without the presence of the authorities. All right, it was, the authorities would have asked them to be able to help do that, and that is why they did that. And it will be very surprising for me to, come to terms with the fact that a national emergency, institution would move to a site like this without body bags, having been informed of what has actually happened. Because one, the people who are going to carry these sacks, their own lives are at risk. One, the bodies could have absorbed aviation fuel, could have absorbed hydraulic fluid, could have absorbed other, chemicals on board in the fuel and then other parts of the helicopter. And all of these would be absorbed by the dead bodies. And because the bodies are bloated with body fluids and all of that, if you put them in these sacks, those people that are going to carry them, if somebody, gets in contact with the body fluid and the body fluid has any biological pathogen, a disease-causing organism, it means that they're going to be infected. So it is not good for them and not good for bystanders as well. Again, you had the bodies bloated, so you could have certain gases in there, that would also cause the bodies to attract other flies, other insects, that would further complicate the identification processes, because if the bodies are bloated, in the end, it tends to affect the way the, the visual identification processes will be done, and further on, adding DNA analysis and all of that, because in the end, it is going to affect, the investigation, and that is what we don't want. Again, if you look at the legalities and the ethical concerns, all right, the Public Health Act, Act 851, and the Mortuary and Facility Management Act, Act 85829, all frowns on, the way mortal remains are handled improperly in this country. And for that matter, it was only proper for these bodies to have been handled in a manner that would bring some dignity to the persons, involved. Again, putting these bodies in sacks, you are compromising with the forensic evidence that is going to help in identifying them. Because if you do have trace evidence, you could have hair, you could have fiber, you could have paint, chips, and all of that. That will be as part of the bodies that are in the bag. And all of these evidences are going to be destroyed because they are trace evidence. And in the end, they cannot actually be used to help in the investigation. Situations like this, you can't imagine that the bodies are, fragmented. So you're going to have pieces of bodies all over. So you gather the pieces, you wouldn't know whose, leg is this, whose arm is this, whose whatever body part is this. Yes. And they put all of them, together. So if you do put all of them in a sack like that without a body bag that is briefable, all right, in the end, you are going to make the identification process difficult. And, I'm not surprised the samples are sent to South Africa for, further analysis, because the bodies are co-mingled, all right? So it becomes difficult to be able to tell whether this profile is for person A or person B. So that is why
we don't have installations in Ghana that
no, that is a forensic DNA analysis. That is different from normal relationship DNA testing, where you talk of maternity testing, paternity testing. For that, that is very basic. I take my son's sample, I take my own sample or my wife's sample. I compare them on the face because they are just single profiles. It is very easy to tell that this is similar to this or this is the same as this. But what we're looking at here in this situation is that the samples are mixed together. So the profile will have a mixture of a genetic material for all of these people. You get it? So you need an advanced method to be able to decipher, the profile that this is for this person, this is for this person, by taking samples from the families, whether the father, the parents or their children or siblings, to be able to help in the investigations, or using their personal, material. You could take somebody's toothbrush, extract their DNA from it, and compare to, the body from the crime scene. If it matches, it tells you that is the person because it's a direct match, and that is similar to the one that I alluded to earlier. So it is because of the complexity of the situation. That is why the samples have been sent to South Africa. It doesn't mean that normal DNA testing cannot be done in Ghana. The equipment that I hear could be used for that purpose, but it would take time. And under the circumstance, I believe we all do not have time to wait for long, especially our Muslim brothers that are on board. We need to get to the bottom of the situation.
So in a situation like how long would a process like this take?
Well, it depends on the relationship that the government has with the lab in question. If I had, the right equipment as a forensic scientist, a forensic geneticist, within a day or two, I should be able to do this with advanced DNA sequencing. If I have the next generation sequencing technique, within the shortest time, you do it once, and all you need is to use mathematical algorithm to be able to separate the profiles, and that should be straightforward. But if you're using the traditional methods, which we have in Ghana, it is going to take a long time because you need to do them one after the other. And if they don't match, you then need to go to the next phase. All right. Mind you, there are what we call non-paternity events. Non-paternity events are situations where it is said that it is only a woman who knows the father of their children. All right. So it presupposes that if you take a sample from any of the victims and you want to use a Y chromosome and you take samples from their father, all right, or their brother, and the father is not the biological father, but they think that is a father, or you take it from their sibling, and the sibling is not their true sibling biologically, you are not going to get any result. So that is a non-paternity event. Again, it could happen that people are adopted into the family and they become part of the family, but biologically they are not part of the family. So in the end, you do the analysis and compare, and that wouldn't match. Again, people adopt surnames. I just think that, Alfred, your surname, I like it so much, so I want to give it to my son. Going down, my son is going to carry that family name, along the lines, but biologically they don't belong to your family. So it means that if you compare the samples to that, that is not going to match. So these are some of the reasons why using advanced, methods can help.
And you maintain that this advanced DNA sequencing machines or methods, we don't have that in Ghana?
Yes, I can tell you that on authority.
I see. And I know you have to leave us. So quick one. The residents who, the first respondents,
yeah.
The important point you make about the National Forensics Campaign for people to know what to do the moment they appear at the disaster site is key.
Yeah.
You heard some of them say that even the remains were hot or felt hot in the sack.
Yeah.
Would the body bags have still been able to contain them?
Yes, the body bags, there are different types of body bags, and they are briefable, right? So once you put the body bags in the person carrying the body, the bystanders, and the body itself would preserve, the biological evidence. You can imagine having a biological material and putting it in a poly bag that is not briefable. It is going to decompose them more because it will maintain a lot of heat within. And maintaining a lot of heat would cause a lot of decomposition. And once the bodies are decomposed, it means that DNA is going to be degraded because we know DNA is made up of protein. So it will be degraded, and it further complicates the identification process. So that is why the sacks that they use in conveying the body or transporting them wasn't, proper. So,
but how about if you hear, there's a cocoa farmer who's watching and says that there's a protective lining in the sacks that keep the cocoa beans fresh. Will that narrative hold? Now, yes, Wing Commander, please, just quick. Yes, please.
I think you're giving us an overview of ideal situation.
Yeah.
This is a peculiar aircraft,
yeah.
Deep in the jungle.
Yeah.
Who is going to get a body back? They don't have storage of body bags there. Even if you take our normal roads, when there are bus accidents, people go there and start scrambling. Now, this deep in the forest, 2.5 hours after the plane crashed, the security forces had not gotten there. They were still cutting their way through the forest. You saw it here. And of course, they couldn't have let the bodies in the open, until somebody came with a body bag to come and carry them. Even the wild animals, a possibility that maybe we devour them. So the best they could do now, put them in a sack and take them away.
But we Commander, that is going to compromise the evidence.
Yeah, but the question is, where are they going to get the body bags you're talking about?
Yes, the body bags that are going to be used should have been brought by...
From where?
The agencies...
And I'm telling the security, the army who are cutting their way from Obuasi.
Yes, so
2.5 hours.
Come along with
so in this case, would it be proper to leave the bodies lying where they are to not 3 hours
Did
or
they
so?
not, did the fire service not go with them?
There was no road. It's the forest.
Yes, but if there was
Let me just provide some information. So as the thing was happening, so the AG, they had reached out to the AG to get body bags together.
You mean Anglo Gold?
Yes, Anglo Gold Ashanti.
Yes.
So, but the challenge again is that I'm pretty sure by the time they will go and mobilize that and and be able to get to the spot. So I don't know. That's where when Commander was talking about the ideal situation. I don't know whether then what they should have done, the people should have done was to stay around the bodies, because again the risk, you don't know which animals are there. Because you see, Chief, what then would have happened is that you might then not have anything at all. So, but I completely hear you when you say we need to get a plan as a country in terms of the way we handle these things, so that when this thing happens, what should we do? So that everybody
must go down
to a peculiar situation.
Yes. What do we do in such a situation? I think that is something we really need to deal with, and it's because sometimes the people who die in accidents, most of the thing is the way we handle how that happens. So I think that for me, it's also one of the things that we need to learn out of this. But I know for a fact that the AGA people had given that body bag should be sent there.
And it's
but
going by road.
How? So it's definitely going to go by road. You know what I mean? And then let me also say another thing. When you get to the place, the closest place, and you park your car, it's about almost an hour's trek to where to be before you are going to get there. So those who are taking the body bags, I'm pretty sure those were the challenges. But again, I hear him what the things that he's saying, because the challenge is if you don't handle that carefully, what then will happen is that you will not really be able to do, be able to get to the bottom of the things. So you have to weigh that against all of that, and then how should that be handled?
And I think that underscoring that call for that national forensic campaign is key.
Important.
But now also what Wing Commander brings in is the ideal situation with the reality of the day. What happened on that day? What could have been done differently, really? Because of the peculiarities about this particular situation where deep in the forest, it took almost, in fact, 3 hours and over from the nearest community to the crash site.
Communities are in the forest.
Yes.
They live in the forest.
If you ask me,
have sent another
helicopter
to go overseeing, but where was it going to land? Unless it does an airdrop.
They do a rappelling or something.
Airdrop into the city. When it does an airdrop, there must be personnel who are acquainted how to handle human beings. But a peculiar situation, it might not happen.
Yes, but Wing Commander, for accidents, you cannot determine where an accident should happen. It is something that can happen anywhere at any point in time. I did see other videos of the Ghana National Fire Service also carrying bodies. How on earth can the Ghana National Service get to the scene without body bags?
If you watch Kevlar, saw that video, you saw a truck try to go in, and the fire service truck was coming, and was tooting that it should go back for it to get access. After the accident, they created access to the site.
No, I'm not talking about the access to the place. The way the bodies were carried without dignity.
I am not sure that they put the bodies on fire service. That I don't know. I have no information.
I'm not saying on a bus or something, but I saw some people carrying the bodies, and they were not in appropriate material. And for an emergency service to get to the scene without the appropriate tools It's uncalled for.
But let's come back again.
It is just like, excuse me, it's just like the fire service getting to a fire scene with a fire tender without water and asking people to bring buckets of water to put the fire off.
I think there's a point to be made about the way, so maybe...
This situation doesn't prevail everywhere.
No, you see, the challenge is that this is where it will test it. This is really where it will test it. So that, again, I raised the issue about this animal thing. So is that at that point, is that then to say you see, because again, that's the reason why you get into these places and you secure the site. Yeah. So is it that you secure the bodies at that particular place, make sure there's somebody there, so you're able to bring the body bags in to be able to transport
professionally as we wash in other jurisdictions. That ought to have been.
You know what I mean? So I think
no, but that's when the people.
For example,
but when Commander,
until the professional agencies,
please hold on.
Savannah area,
I want to hear one.
Helicopters can land and bring reinforcement, anything. But in the forest area, it's difficult.
It's difficult, but the fire service got there.
Doc, I'll come to you.
But they are saying 2.5 hours. They were cutting to get there. So it wasn't instant that it happened within 30 minutes. They got there. They were still hacking. This is a village track that they have in the forest. They were still tracking to find a way for a vehicle to go and then people to go to cordon the place up. And I think in the meantime, they couldn't have let the bodies just lie. So they put it's not the best, but they took them in a body bags.
No, they took them in the sack.
Sorry, in the sack. You know.
For me, I think that at that particular point, knowing how you want to handle your forensics and all of that, if you have men there who could protect, the thing to do is to say, let's protect the bodies. And then we get what we need to be able to bring it. And that's what I'm saying to you, that I know for a fact that there were body bags that AGA was moving towards the place. So I'm sure that will take a while to come. But definitely secure, and make sure that nothing goes wrong. It's the reason why you see people, they powder red and white, thing there, nobody should come there. So you have come late.
But in this instance, the first respondents were the residents. People you see on the residents, obviously, if they don't have that knowledge that you're talking about, the first thing that comes to mind is, as you heard them say, this has happened. Some people are taking parts away. Others are also thinking about how do we help. In their minds, in helping, is to get the nearest or the most probable sack they have. They are cocoa farmers. What would they use? So that's the reality that we have to confront. But you see, Commander, in developing policies like this, you also have to factor in worst case scenario, isn't it?
Well, yes,
so
I agree to it. It doesn't mean that each time an airplane takes off, it should carry bags.
Let
me digress a little bit. About almost 35 years ago, we had a similar incident where 8 people also lost their lives. A plane took off from Takoradi, was going to Kumasi, they were going to stray Barakesi Dam because water hyacinth was covered. The pilot asked to go 5,000 feet. He got there. They realized that he was into clouds. So he radioed that they want permission to descend to 3,000 feet. They gave him the go-ahead. He came to 3,000 feet. He told us he's going 2,000. In the face of the 2,000, they flew into a tree. There are two nice guys, Yuri and Saibu. And the 8 air crew were going, they all died on the spot. But what happened was that we didn't have that sophistication today. They were announcing on the radio that if anybody in the farm somewhere had heard a noise or something, they should let us know. I can tell you, farmers took us all the way past Kumasi. It took us 6-7 days. On the last stretch of coming down, I will find the wing of the aircraft on top of a tree, which indicated that the plane was there. By the time we got to them, oh my God, because nobody was there. So you can also be pushed up. But I'm saying this particular incident happened at the wrong time, at a wrong place. In a forest area, be it in Amazon or be it, so it's difficult to.
I see. But you live at, when Commander, you see, in an instance like this, where this happened, you keep referencing how deep the forest, this area, this crash site is. And they had to take 3 hours and over to cut through and go by road. Couldn't the Air Force have deployed another search and rescue? Because this helicopter is a search and rescue
I said it
function.
yesterday.
Couldn't they have deployed another one? That would have been faster, is it not?
You see, with an aircraft, an helicopter takes off and it goes close to the area and searches and finds it. How are you going to drop the human beings or drop anything?
But if we see them using
Rappel.
the ropes.
That one is prepare the area where you are dropping people. Okay? You won't drop them on top of trees. If there was a village there, had an opening, then I thought even the pilot would have attempted to go there and force one. But there was nothing there. You know, so if another helicopter had gone there, yes, they will see the site, but they will keep hovering.
Yeah.
They will keep hovering until ground troops get to the site.
Couldn't they rappel, you know, if they needed to do a rappel, couldn't they have rappelled if that is what we want to do? You know.
I don't get to rappel.
The men from by rope down.
You use the rope and then see them drop. We'll see that.
I gave you an example at 39 years ago when 8 people died. Took us 6 days. And when we found them eventually, that's what we did. We had to bring the field engineers from Tessin to blow the trees there and give the clearance for people to be lowered. When it got bigger, a helicopter went down. We got in Pania Tobacco to make long plastic bags to put the bodies inside. One at a time, because the stench was too much. It brings them out the roadside, it goes back, it picks them. It takes time to do this. Unless the trees are cut to clear, the next helicopter will suffer the same situation. So it's only ground troops who can get there. And they said that almost 2.5 to 3 hours, they have not gotten to the spot. It shows you the density of the forest.
Of the forest, that particular area.
But at that point, where we're dealing with a disaster and obviously there were no survivors, what was the need for speeding up the process of recovering the bodies? What fatality would it have caused to have the early respondents who were there and before the regional minister actually also got there to hold on and get professionals to come? What was the need for the speed at that point? I mean, personally, I would have preferred and covered. I think that it would have been more dignified to recover them individually than having to put them
about villages who have no idea about this thing.
They were supervised at that point.
We can't blame them.
At the point of recovery, no, we're not blaming them.
No, it's not blaming. Again, so there's communication between the people who are there.
Mobile phones.
Yes, mobile phones. They send video exactly and all of that. So I think what we could have, like the way we do when accidents happen, they'll cut palm branches and put on them. So that's what we could have. And again, you see, the most important thing in all of this is what we learn out of this. The errors that we made. What we learn. So again, so for everybody, what they could have done is cut the palm branches, put it just where they are, stand by them, make sure that
palm branches in the forest.
Or whatever trees, trees you have there, not if there's not even palm branches, whatever trees you have there, cut them and put them by them, and then stand by them so that you don't get any animal coming there to come and do that. So that once we get there, then we can transport them well. You know, again, and I'm happy TV3 you didn't attempt to show any of those pictures of the sacks. We are Ghanaians. We are Ghanaians, and so gradually our Ghanaianness is going away. That's not how we handle. Even when you shoot criminals in any of the prisons, it won't be handled like that. So so it's important that we learn out of this and say to ourselves that when these things happen, this is what you do. If you cannot move it properly, you can't get a wooden stretcher and all of that. This is what you could do. Because the interesting thing and it's for me, it's one of the things that I think that the mining industry needs to teach us. The whole issue about how safety and things are done. There's a safety competition that because I just became CEO just recently, when you go to it, the people in the mining communities, you find out that when they do a community part of it, when they come in there, they have makeshift stretchers that they themselves are able to do, that they help to carry so that you don't damage the spine and all of that. So we need to start teaching this thing. And one of the plans we want to do is to start it in even the school so that we can get that ingrained in us. But this one has just told us that we need to then move it to the next step. The thing about how we preserve a crime scene when this thing happened, because, you know, most of the people, and again, it takes me back to my father's situation. When the accident happened, those who rushed and went there, what they are thinking about is what can they get?
Thank you.
So, so you see that somebody's taking a watch home, and so a lot of the people who live by the street, when this accidents happen, they are quick to go and say, what can I get? But when we do that, it helps, it takes away our ability to be able to prevent this thing from happening. Because even how the crash happened, what happened out of it, the learnings out that we need to take that should help us. So we need to, based on this, start teaching all of us as a country that when you get to these places, the best thing you want to do is secure the thing so that nothing happens. Make sure, you know, so it's a fundamental learning that has to happen out of this particular thing so that never again do we get to see this. And I will plead, again, if you have any of these videos with you, especially on the sacks, please delete it yourself. Me pamocho obiara owo sa video na yen penny phone omo bottom yifi wo phone so enya de ayen Ghana for ye pese obia pese obehu won kasa wo ho na wo cheche no se wo na sa de ato ana wo mame na ato no na sa nete a enya wo de nti mesremo a yenya yifi so. It's important that this thing we stop it and then we should all learn how we do it and do it properly.
Fantastic. Dr. Aviva, then quick one so that you can take leave of us and all that, and I have that in mind. Yeah. Now, you underscore what could probably be a challenge as a result of the help that these residents or in the village sought to give in that instance may have created another challenge of, for instance, the not being able to trace the exact location of some of the debris because they took them home, and then also how the charred bodies were put in this sack.
Right.
What could be done to rectify or address that challenge in the process of seeking answers and trying to unravel what exactly could have caused this crash? Quickly.
Right. I think that is why the Ghana Academy of Forensic Sciences are talking about the fact that we should have a national forensic strategy or policy to address some of these challenges going forward. It isn't just about this, crash site management that we're talking about. There are a couple of forensic, issues in Ghana that are difficult to actually deal with. Over the years, almost every year, we have fire outbreak in the market and all of that. The fire service will get to the scene, they collect the debris from the seat of the fire and all of that. You could use forensic chemistry to be able to analyze and get to know the component, of the chemicals that we use and all of that. We cannot do it here. We send it out to be able to do. We have forensic scientists in the Ghana National Fire Service, but it cannot be done. As we speak, at the minute, if your drink is spiked in Ghana, if you go for a party or maybe a funeral or something and your drink or your food is spiked, you go to the hospital. The health personnel will be able to help, manage the situation, and help. But when it comes to the forensic aspect of it, for them to be able to determine which component was used, how much of it is in you, to be able to trace back and get evidence that can stand the test of time in court, it cannot be done. But we have, the personnel. Why can't it be done? It is because over the years, not just this government, but governments in the past haven't actually, committed to having something done in the area that would help be able to analyze some of these things rather than sending them abroad for analysis and all of that. So we are going to have a conference on the 6th of September in Legon, the Ghana Academy of Forensic Sciences, to talk about the need for the country to have a national forensic, policy or strategy document that can inform how to be able to deal with some of these things as and when, they happen, including the media and all of that. Elsewhere, we have forensic, journalists. They know how to report these cases. They know, when they get to a crime scene, by how far they can get to the scene, where they should stand, how to report and all of that. But here we don't have. So this is something that is going to be a comprehensive document that will help do that. And in the end, government can decide to have a national forensic agency or a national forensic authority that will bring all of these under, so that Ghana will become a hub for forensic analysis. Like we're sending samples abroad, samples could come here for analysis.
Great point there. Let's the video that we have. Let's put that video on the screen, and Professor Bonte, I'll have you comment. This is the as of yesterday afternoon, and we understand the military and other security agencies personnel are still on the ground. When Commander and Prof, they are still combing through the forest.
The board of inquiry started.
So yes, to get some more information. So that's the latest, as far as we do know, the happenings in the Brofudru community. It has not ended as yet. We understand the search for more evidence to understand what exactly happened is ongoing. And this was the latest video we got as of yesterday afternoon of the happenings there. Professor Mpombating, you were quite concerned about this whole conversation about the crash site, what happened there, the impact on forensics, and then also how that would help in, for instance, tracing to understand exactly what happened and led to this crash. What is that?
I think Wing Commander Sorio has said it all, and he is an expert in these areas. I'm not an expert forensic person, but we have a cultural problem. I mean, this is a very wicked and evil country, and if we cannot even protect the environment, the very thing that gives us our existence, our survival, then we have a problem. Now, you see, how do we treat lost and found things in this country? Look at that generally. When somebody finds something somewhere, he thinks it's God who has given it to him. So he takes it. In a shanty, in a can. So our concept of lost and found is very weird. Nobody will find maybe money or some watch somewhere and say, I'm going to the next police station, I'm going to the next authority and deposit it there, so that somebody might have lost it and so on. That is not, it's God who has given it to us, so it's ours. And then, secondly, this forensic education, I mean, I think this should be basic education, right from the homes, from kindergarten in our homes. You say, look, when you just like you're not supposed to litter abroad, most European countries, children are taught. I was walking in the forest with my daughter many years ago, and she ate a banana and threw it in the forest. So I was concerned. I said, why did you do that? You are not supposed to throw the banana into the forest. I said, no, I can do that. If it's plastic, then there's a bin there. But if it's a banana, it's a fertilizer. So they are taught these things in schools and in kindergartens. But here we are not. And you see, an aircraft has crashed. And so there's a lot of 8 people have died, very important people. So a lot of investigation going on, and these men are in the field. But every year, thousands of people die on our roads. Sure. And we don't take any serious research into some of these things. And how people who are living on the roads think that it's their property. There's a village on the Kumasi Road. If an accident happens and the vehicle falls on the left side, it belongs to both people on that side. But if it's on that side, on that other part of the town, it belongs to the other side. So this is something that is going on. So we need to educate ourselves on some of these things. But here, we don't learn. I would have thought that the death of Captain Maxwell Mahama, who have been the last call for this country to stop this illegal mining business. But it's past and gone, and this one too will come, will talk, and it will go, and the rot will still continue because we are not prepared to stop these things. If the government means business to stop illegal mining, if it can stop government appointees, party people, big people in town, and to stop this thing, it will stop. But the government is not prepared to do that. I'm not talking about this particular government. It happened in the past, and it's happening now. So these are the challenges. I think talking about this aircraft and all these things, these are forensic things, and the experts will deal with it. We have to deal with our basic cultural issues and our corruption and our inability to maintain systems. Why should we send samples to South Africa for forensic investigations?
Because we don't have them.
Why don't you have them? We have the people who can do these things, but we don't invest in these things. We invest in the wrong things. There are technicians, there are doctors, there are various fields who can do these things. But then we have decided we don't care. It's only one in emergency that will scramble to do things. This is very bad. Let's invest in things that are bearing on our survival, and then things will be okay with us. Education. Alfred, that's important. And the commander has said a lot of things about aircraft. I don't want to go there because I don't know much. But we shall have to be able to build systems. Ask yourself, in Ghana, what have we done over these years, 60-something years after independence, to make anybody outside say that, Ghana is good in doing this? Let's go and learn from them. We have built things. We have done things. It's not happening. And we should be serious because when we started talking about these things, and when, for example, I started talking about science, technology, and so on, we were just about 25 million people in this country. Now the population is 35 million. Our resources are dwindling. There are no jobs, no employment opportunities. But when you suggest something that can create things, like this machine tool center and the foundry, look, we could build. Let me give you an example. A few years ago, in the oil industry, one on the FPSO, one of the FPSOs, they lost an O-ring. A ring that connects two pipes, a big one, and they took it to one of the Scandinavian countries. It was going to take about 2-3 weeks before this thing could be manufactured. But if we had this machine tool center here, it could be done in 3 days. So let us invest in things that will help us. And there are a lot of people who can do. For example, we can't support Apostle Yosafo. He's a brilliant person who wants to do something. He wants to build automobile. But he cannot do it because who are the people going to help him? Any automobile manufacturer will need about 300 or 500 suppliers of various things. Maybe a tire, shock absorber, this and that. One person cannot do it alone. But if we had these machine tools and things, then we could build spare parts and these things for people who manufacturers, people who are doing agriculture, food processing machinery, and so on. These are very important things. So, President Mahama, please go back to what I started and Dr. Mutara Muhammad wanted to do so that this country can move forward. Let's invest in some of these forensic things. Let's invest in our universities. Because I don't know why we create these universities. What are they there for?
Because there's a likelihood that, so I had the forensics expert, Doc, before he left us, also indicated in a private conversation that there's a likelihood that these samples will be taken to universities.
Exactly. That's what has happened. Universities are there to do these things. But if we don't invest, universities are struggling. Even to maintain what they are doing, they have to rely on school fees paid by students. There's no investment in research
and donor
funding. It worries me too much. This is worrying. And we cannot build a nation that way. And we've made mistakes in the past, but going forward, please, let us sacrifice and make sure that we build systems that will last. Systems that will create jobs for the people. Because if we don't create jobs and employment opportunities, this illegal mining will continue. And Ghana will not be a place that one can live in.
And you're very consistent about the investment in the health sector. Because even with the cardiothoracic center, it was through your own ingenuity, is it not?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Cardiothoracic center, when I came back from Germany to build this center, I was just 39 years. And now I'm an old man. And the technology was on top. We were at par with every place in the world.
Yes.
Now, 35 years later, look at where we are. You know, and that center was built without any contribution from government.
Yeah.
I led,
I recall.
you know, and the Germans gave us money to buy the equipment. And Ghana has refused to invest. This country would have been like any other country as far as cardiovascular thing is concerned. Now we are sending patients to South Africa, to India, and elsewhere for these things. Kidneys, a lot of people with kidney failure. Why don't we have kidney transplant? And there are people here in Kolebu who can do it, but we don't have the investment. We don't want to invest in things. I mean, what kind of thing is this? I'm very, you know, worried. So please, let us. I'm not blaming President Mahama or anybody. I mean, these things have been going on in the past, and it's very difficult in this economic crisis to do everything perfectly. But there should be a start somewhere. And there are people who may not belong to the NDC or any party who are prepared to help. Let's get together and help. For example, I'm not looking for employment. I've never written an application for employment before in my life.
Right.
I create things. And I want things that I've created started to benefit Ghanaians. That is why I'm passionate about machine tooling and foundry and so on. We could make spare parts for aircraft. You know, there are certain things that Captain Osekwame, he was, I think, in the Navy. Look,
Air Force.
Yes, Air Force. When we didn't have the army had amphibian vehicles, and they were all broken down. But something was done, and they all come to good. There were certain things that we had planned with the machine tooling to do, but it's impossible in this country. And please, let us not politicize everything.
And as for your creative ability, that's not in doubt. The evidence is there. I think there's even a challenge at the Cardiothoracic Center. The last time I visited, there's something is broken down there.
No, the Cardio Center, you know, I don't want to talk about the doctor who died in Kumasi because there was no cath lab. But the Cardio Center they have a team, a standing team of doctors, cardiologists, cardiac surgeons, pharmacists, technicians, who are ready to manage every conceivable cardiac condition. But even there, the cath lab is damaged. It caught fire some months back, maybe many months back, and I'm told the president has promised to get it done, but it's still not working. So
still not working.
Still not working. And so now the cardio center is at operating a level which is far below the international world standard. And let's bring it back. Investment in training, in equipment, so that not only there, but in all areas, manufacturers, fabricators, people who can fabricate every kind of food processing machinery. And there are some of them in town. I don't want to name them. There's someone who is also specialized in automation of things. A Ghanaian company, iTech, they are there. Let us find them and build this nation so we can all enjoy, so that we can leave something for our grandchildren. For me, it's too late. For my children, probably too late. But for the grandchildren and for your children.
Indeed.
And Shamima, I'm going to come to you, but we'll come on. Just a quick. You wanted to make a quick one.
Yeah, I wanted to plead with the populace. Don't let politicize this accident. Don't let's also keep our fingers down because it's Chinese airplane. We have American airplanes who also fall down. Let's give example, Boeing, Airbus, they come down. And no pilot will go and fly an aircraft when he knows that the aircraft has not been prepared for that mission. And no Air Force will also put pilots inside an aircraft if they are not qualified to fly that mission. Accidents are accidents. Let us spend our time to give our departed brethren a good send-off. Instead of indulging in conspiracy theories and partisan issues, it won't help the issue. And also, everybody's gotten to know about the black box. It is not something automatic that as soon as you get it, you open it, then the information comes out. It will take some time. It will either go to the manufacturers or they may send a team here to open it and then decode the information in the black box. So we need patience.
So it's not the case. Yesterday I saw some publication about as of 3 p.m. there was 9 hours more for the information to be extracted
It's
from
not.
the black
It's
box.
not possible.
It will take a while.
It will take a while.
How long?
I don't know. It depends how fast it can be sent back to the manufacturers, or the manufacturers will be invited here to come and open it. Or not anybody can open a black box. It's protected.
And we don't have the facilities to open
We
it.
don't.
That is the thing.
If even we did, we cannot uncode what's inside. It's the manufacturers who can come and tell us what to do. If you remember Airbus, the crash at India, Boeing wanted it. Indian government said, no, we will not give it to you. So they send their people there to open it and then decode what's inside. So it's not something you can get a decision in 2 days' time. Let us be patient and bury them while the investigation goes on.
But you earlier watered down the possibility of the bad weather being a major reason. Because as you indicated, the pilots are experienced, equipped, the helicopter itself is equipped to navigate bad weather. Also, that narrative of it being shut down, you don't put premium on that. How about the matter of the suspicion of foul play? You say at the point of it taking off, checks are done on the aircraft before it takes off. All the necessary checks are done, correct?
Yeah.
If an aircraft is for instance, and because you talked about the persons who are going to be assigned as pilots, they are told who they are.
You will be briefed the morning
of your passengers.
Yes. Now, you may not know the passengers.
Can I ask you a question?
You may not know the
They'll
passengers.
just a tax of the Accra, Kumasi, Accra, Obuasi.
Can I ask a question?
That's all they give you. As the people who are coming in, it will come from Ministry of Defense or the government.
No, Commander, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You know, I've read reports about pilots flying both fixed wings and helicopters who stayed a little bit long in the clouds and they get disoriented and they don't know what they are doing.
Well, that's why we have two pilots, a co-pilot.
No, the two of them can be disoriented.
It's highly impossible. But the weather we had that day was not the weather these pilots can fly through or this machine can fly through.
Do we have the full facts?
Say again?
I said, do we?
Oh, the air traffic control will give you the weather pattern. I mean, I'm saying they are trained to fly day and night. They are master green. That means they are all-weather pilots.
Yeah, but we know from America, for example, Kobe Bryant and that Burr headquarters and so on, where you can't see and they become disoriented. You can have the instruments before you, but then if all around you is all
as a pilot, you don't look only outside. You use the instruments a lot.
But pilots become disoriented when they are in bad weather sometimes. We read about, or it doesn't happen at all.
I'm not saying it's not possible. It could happen, but these are isolated cases. You know, and the distance from here to Boise it's not too far.
But you see, in some areas, for example, even if you are driving on the road, you may get information from, or in case of the pilot, they can get information from Accra Tower or Kumasi Tower that everything is okay. But then locally, within some area, things might change.
So you are the pilot. You are in charge. If en route, maybe a weather changes and you train to take an action, how to overcome that situation.
I see. Okay.
You are trained to overcome. But as I said, I believe it could be anything. The reason why did it come down? That's the most important thing. You know, but as the weather was not so bad that this helicopter or this pilot, squadron leader, over 19 years flying helicopters, not only this type, even the bigger ones, will go into this weather and then suddenly. Let's wait for the black box to talk to us.
Okay. But then again, who certifies the suitability in terms of the engineering and the capacity of this helicopter before it takes off? Who takes the boxes in terms of all the checks?
Which box? The box has checklist.
Who does
Every
that?
plane, whether it's civilian plane or Air Force plane, the technicians have a checklist. or what they should do. The pilot has a checklist, what he should do, before he leaves the ground. And you see, more so, these helicopters are Air Force helicopters sitting on bases. Access to them is very difficult. To go and say somebody sneaked and did this, or the technician, because even the technician wouldn't know which one they are going to use until maybe the morning. There are about 4 or 5 of them there. We'll use A or B or C. So that one is also difficult, So I don't know.
And all of this is to, there's been a number of things making the rounds. So it's important that you put out.
Yeah, I'm saying it's difficult. The pilot will not do after check, in check, take off, and he didn't crash immediately after he took off. He traveled to a distance before this thing happened.
Let me do this quickly, and Shamima has a few issues also to put out. Ibrahim Abubakar, who has been at this Brofedu community, corresponding in the Ashanti region for the past 3 days since this incident happened, is joining us on Zoom. Ibrahim, thank you for connecting with us, and great job once again. You yesterday gave me that information that the Member of Parliament for the area, Honorable Azuma, had visited the community. He made that appeal to the residents who may have taken this debris to their homes to return them. Did they heed to the appeal as of the time you were there?
Well, Alfred, yes. At least we saw someone bringing out a watch that he picked from the crash scene. We've also seen some of the residents coming out with some of the parts of the chopper that they surrendered to the MP, who also handed them over to the military high command over there. In fact, we still have leadership of the community still talking to them. In fact, the assembly member also and the unit committee have decided to also do random checks within the community and ensure that every single piece of an item that was at the crash site will be retrieved and be given back to the team. We still have the military on ground and also some of the investigative team who are still collecting the debris. They want to pick everything, every bit and pieces of the debris to Accra for further investigation. So yes, the community is heeding to the appeal, but we do not know whether all of them are bringing out everything that they took. Some, we are told, are likely having in their possession some personal belongings of the victims, and efforts are underway to retrieve all of them.
So beyond this appeal, which led to a resident returning a watch that was taken at the crash site, is there any search going on in the homes of these people, some of the residents who may not respond to this appeal?
Well, for now, the military has taken the back seat. They do not want to be directly involved. Else the community may even see it as quite intimidating. So like I said, the assembly member and the unit committee for that area are doing that random search, just so to be clear that no one has hidden any part that will even be very important in the investigative process.
Ibrahim, I appreciate you. I know you're on to something right now, and so he is monitoring the happenings in the community. Ibrahim, thank you so much for this update and great job once again. And Shamima, it gets more concerning, is it not? Getting to know that, yeah. I mean, there's a suspicion that in some of the belongings of the victims or these fallen heroes may have been taken, unintentionally, intentionally with some ignorance on the part of these residents. They've had to return some of them, but there's a clear suspicion that they still have some of them in their homes. How should the approach be in retrieving these items?
I think that as we have all agreed around the table, we need to engage in more public education and awareness around the issues of managing, tragedies or events that confront us. And again, in the spirit of the reset that we've been speaking about, what is very obvious urgently is how we need to have a renewed mindset, a reset mindset that actually also, not only for citizens, but also for agencies and institutions with mandates to deal with situations like this, to have a mindset of diligence, of due process, of professionalism, over and above speed or convenience. I think I lean more towards that in especially situations like this. I think diligence and due process would help us, you know, be able to track what has happened in order that we can learn the vital lessons. As His Excellency said in his address to the nation on that fateful night, he did assure that he expects a transparent, comprehensive investigation into this disaster. That's number one. We are also interested in having a timestamp of all actions and activities that took place from the moment the visuals started coming to the moment the first government official and representative made their way to the crime, the tragedy scene, not crime scene. So the president, again, I like to reiterate his caution to all of us that as the investigations are ongoing, we should minimize speculation because none of us would have been privy to the full facts or the entire circumstances that led to this, disaster. So we should minimize speculation. We should avoid statements that would further divide us as a country. And of course, we should not use this tragedy as a moment of political point scoring, but should to allow this moment, sorry, Prof, to bring us to more compassion, towards each other. So for us as a government, we are waiting earnestly that diligence should guide this investigation, and we should be able to learn the lessons so that we don't repeat, these mistakes. And no matter where such a tragedy happens, at least the protocols would be such that we will be aware of what is allowed and what is not allowed, and what we can video and what we cannot video. I mean, for the sake of, helping the investigative process, those visuals would also go a long way to give us, especially the investigators, an idea of what transpired. What was worrying is that it seemed there was no order or regulation around the videoing of especially the transportation of the remains, because I assume that there was some representative at the point of the transport of the remains, and it behoved on them to have insisted that, with the exception of an identified individual, mandated to capture the process, nobody else should have had a camera on at that point in time. Again, I would like to also just announce for the benefit of the general public, what we are expecting. We are expecting that as soon as the forensic DNA sequencing
that. What's the government's next steps?
Yes,
after this?
as soon as we get results, and especially for the Muslim victims, their family is on standby in anticipation that they would be, the remains of their loved ones would be handed over to them. And as soon as that happens, the Muslim prayer for the dead will happen for the two individuals, Honorable Dr. Mutala and Alhaji Muniru Limuna. But for tonight, we would all be convening from 3:30 We're expected to all sit at 5 p.m. exactly. The President, the Vice President, the First Lady, Lordina Mahama, who also sends her deepest condolence, and yesterday was also at the forecourt of the Flagstaff House to also pay her respects. She's also very deeply broken because of the closeness of the relationship that existed between her and Dr. Omani, and of course, Murtala, her son, and of course, Alhaji Muniru, who really was actually the manager of the farms for His Excellency. So tonight we will all gather at the forecourt of State House, for the night of reflections and memorials. We would have tributes from the various ministries and agencies who have lost their officers. We would have reflections from families who would tell us stories that we didn't know about these individuals.
Let me find out this.
Yes.
Have you gotten any briefing of what else, government has picked up on from the crash site or the disaster site?
It will be too soon for government to put anything out. So government is not going to fuel any speculation until the full investigation is complete and we have a full and clearer picture regarding exactly what happened, And once again, to say that it is necessary to deepen public education on how to preserve some of these sites. And it's not only that, the bigger conversation we must have, it's about our ethical and moral values and standards as a people. We see every day, even when accidents happen on land, in cities, it seems like the first reaction of every, passerby is to pull out a phone and start recording. Recording for the purpose of quickly sharing on statuses, on platforms, on friends, sometimes without even, an indication of the sensitive images that are being published. So we do require to deepen. Perhaps NCCE must also see this as an important advocacy that we should all have to engage in. Even the best of us sometimes find ourselves falling foul. And I think we can all agree that the management of the process have had some flaws. And the investigation should show us, and we must be candid with ourselves where those flaws were and how we can curtail such happenings, in what I don't want to say in the next time that we are faced or confounded with such a similar tragedy. So join us at the forecourt of the State House.
And it's something that we're going to keep tabs on. But I'm going to come to you further. But let me just do this quickly with Ibrahim. And then, Ibrahim, because you went to this crash site, how long did it take you to get to the crash site from the nearest community in that area?
So, Alfred, there are no means of transport from the community to the crash site, which is in the thick forest. So on foot, you walk for more than 1 hour, 30 minutes. Some even walk for 2 hours before getting to the crash site. And not everyone was able to even access it because of the steep nature of the area. And you have to climb mountains at a point in time. You have to lie down, find some supporting trees, and be able to access the site. So it was the military, the police, and some community members. Mind you, when the incident happened, some of the community members were there before even the arrival of the military and the police. And that's how come some even took those gory images and circulated them. But then when the military arrived, and even when I arrived as a media person, there were clear instructions from the military. No pictures. They wouldn't even allow us to take scene of the crash because they didn't trust the media not to take the charred bodies because they were there. So we had to also obey and wait until everything was back before even the regional minister pleaded with them to allow us take only the site of the crash. But then there were issue of these bodyguards that needs clarification. Yes, indeed, Alfred, there were body bags available.
There were body bags available.
Exactly. But because of the intensity of the fire and also when the bodies were finally retrieved, they couldn't put them in the body bags because it was melting it. And we were in the thick forest and it was around 5 p.m. Darkness was setting in and we couldn't have waited for the remains to cool off before bringing them down. So it was even the assembly member, there was a decision and the assembly member had to call some members of the community to bring those sacks so that they will put the remains in, and eventually when we descend, then they will transfer the remains into the body bags. That was what was done. There were also clear instructions that no one should be allowed to take videos, but some way, somehow, others managed to take videos that came out. But when we descended, the bodies were put in properly body bags and transferred to 3 waiting ambulances before we came to Kumasi, where a delegation was also waiting at the airport. That's where they even put them in the casket and moved the bodies to Accra. So that were done, but because of the instruction, even after the remains were put in the bodyguards, the military did not allow anyone to cover. So people did not even get that video to counter the one in the sacks. And also because of the topographic nature of the area, it was the residents who knew the area and could assist bringing the remains to the community. And that's how come you saw some of them carrying it and descending. At a point in time, people were even sleeping because the place was slippery and so on and so forth. So the community helped. The security also did their best. But unfortunately, we saw those visuals that seemed to have even defeated the
effort that they put in.
Everyone, yes, their effort.
I see. But so just for the clarity that when you arrived, the military and others came with the body bags when you arrived in the community before you got into the forest.
Yes, the body bags were there. The body bags, we even sent some of the body bags at the crash site. But then, like I said, because of the intensity of the heat, they couldn't have transferred the remains in the body bags. So they had the body bags. So just when we descended, that's where they transferred the remains in the body bag. So yes, the body bags were present at the site.
So that's just that information, the clarity that we needed over there.
I don't think it's true.
Why is that?
I don't think after the aircraft crashed, the bodies were been burning for 2 hours. Because he said it got there between an hour and a half or two. And
yes.
I don't think there'll be fire. So then, by the time they got there.
Well, the explanation given to he's a media person. The explanation given to him by the authorities, the military, is the intensity of
yeah, so who got there first? What I'm saying is that before they got there, aircraft fire burning outside, maybe an hour or so, by even nature, weather, it was quenched.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the bodies couldn't have been on fire for that duration it took them to get to the site. This is what I'm just saying.
You said it was hot.
That was the earlier information, that it was hot. You know, but then the first respondents, I think he made it clear that the first respondents were the residents.
Yes, they got there first.
They got there first because they know the terrain. Ibrahim, is it not? They know the terrain. So
it's true.
They actually complemented the work of the military.
Alfred, when the incident happened, in fact, we were in Obuasi together with the police and the military. The program, the launching of the responsible cooperative mining had even started. But even before the program started, around 10, we had information from someone that there has been an helicopter crash. However, the information that later also came to counter was it was a forced landing. And for that matter, the military will have to leave Obuasi to that scene and go and check what was happening. And from Obuasi to that community itself will take you more than 1 hour. Then you get to the community, you have to walk for another 1 hour, 30 minutes, which means before you get to the scene from Obuasi, even at the time it happened, even if you are to move from Obuasi and get to the crime scene, it will take you not less than 2 hours, 30 minutes. So at that time, the community members had gone there. So what critics were suggesting was that maybe at that time when we had another chopper could have maybe move around, stood somewhere and bring some military men down, because the topography of the area, there was no way a chopper could have landed within the forest or around the crime scene. So maybe that would have been the only way. So at least it took whoever got there, or I would say the team, investigative team, at least 2 hours, maybe 30 minutes before they got there. But the community, because they were in there, they had the crash, the explosion, they were able to rush there and took some videos even before the arrival of the security agencies.
Ibrahim, thank you so much for this context you bring to the matter in great detail there. Thank you. And let's cross over straight to the Jubilee House, where the forecourt, the ceremony, the solemn period of the wreath laying, the flowery ceremony as well, the Galamsey, Kintaki Teko Churu, the second, is addressing the media.
President John Dramani Mahama, his cabinet, the army and forces, ministers, and to the bereaved family, who we dearly know how much of our support and solidarity they would need for this moment. This should not bring division, but this should bring us together as Ghanaians. Let's all rally behind the families. Let's all rally behind the president. Let's all rally behind the party. Let's all rally behind the entire nation and stand this moment and mourn for the departed souls. They were on the line of duty, serving man and country. And this has happened to them. It won't be Mawu Hejole Kehame. Won't be a drummer Kehame. Amegabi ni ashin oku ni ashin fair. Won't be na hiame. Won't be na krame. Won't be na hame hiwale. Won't be ni ahani ametri ato. Eja keshi ewa. Ewa. Oncho igbeneno ken hama fe no koe. Yeah. Oncho igbeneno ken hame ake no ko. Yeah. Shingmenek bine wadumo amese. Yeah. Okay, mamu fe. Infone ke ya fone. Yeah. Ma yo. Yeah. Ma bing bang. Yeah. But our spirit will not be broken. Yeah. Our spirit as a nation will never be broken. Yeah. Our spirit will never be broken. We shall live. God bless our homeland Ghana. Kalo Manyaba. Yeah.
And rally behind His Excellency.
So that's the Galamsey there addressing the media just a few minutes ago as well, and Kentucky Teko Churu the second of them. Now, Engineer Dr. Kenashigbe, you talk about what could or what should be the most important and biggest takeaway from this to honor the memory of these persons who have died. Professor Kwabena Boateng talks about this influencing the renewed commitment and approach to fighting illegal mining. How should this learning influence the coming days ahead of us?
Well, thank you very much, Alfred. So again, it's important that we put in context what the 8 had gone to go and do. It was to go and ensure that we're launching the responsible cooperative mining. It's all part of the issues of dealing with this scourge of illegal and irresponsible mining that I would say we should stop calling Galamsey, but call the environmental crime, which is really what it is. And as Prof. Boateng had said, you know, the people who are responsible for this scourge is not the victims themselves you find in the pits. It is those people who are able to import all these excavators into this town. It is the people who caused Ghana between the past 5 years to lose $11.4 billion in terms of smuggled gold that leaves our jurisdictions. It's the people who bring, you know, import the parts that are used for the chamfans. It's the people who are at the heart of all of that. In October last year, His Excellency the President called them the Kempings, and before he even became president, he said that those were the people that we need to target. And so it is the resolve of wanting to resolve the challenge that confronts us should be the legacy that we leave. There's no monument that is needed for this 8 than to say that after their death, we have now gotten to a point where all the irresponsibility has stopped. All the illicit mining has stopped. And then we are now beginning to mine in a very responsible manner. And so, you know, in as much as you put all of these initiatives into place, the most important thing is to treat this thing as the criminality that it is. Unfortunately, just this week, after this harrowing incident, there's been some 9 or so Chinese that have been arrested by NEMOS. Unfortunately, when they were arrested, they've been handed over again to the immigration, which means that they are going to get a nice flight back out of Ghana, back to their country.
We don't know.
You know, I'm not sure you can say why would criminals be arrested and be given to the immigration? You know, if they are actually going to go the route that the law says, which is Act 995, it means that what should have happened is that those 9, once they are arrested, the police should take charge of them. You know, they should be booked. Then they should be taken to court. If they are found guilty, jailed. After the jail sentence before, the only people who handle deportations are the immigration. So if they have been handed over to the immigration, then I'm telling you that it is to follow the policy that the Minister for Interior has done, which is against the laws of this land. The laws explicitly in 2019, when the Minerals and Mining Act was amended, said that anybody who is arrested, whether you're a foreigner, for the foreigners, you need to serve your sentence before you're deported. So there's some things that have to change. His Excellency has told us that Galamsey is a national emergency. If it is a national emergency, what then we would ask? And we've been asking consistently. We're asking the former president and we're asking the president today. Well, the president asked the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to meet us. We reiterated that. It is targeted state of emergency in parts of this country. On all the river bodies that we still have the Chamfan sitting on, declare a state of emergency so that nobody goes into those places. In the forest reserves that the people are still in doing the destruction, declare the state of emergency. In parts of, you know, some concessions that people are encroaching upon and doing the illegality, make sure that that does not happen. Another important thing that should happen, and I plead with the president, is that in any of these communities that Galamsey is happening, there's an MCE, there's a DCE that is responsible for the security of that community and they also are the heads of the mining committees of those communities. Any area that Galamsey is happening, it's either the DCE. The first thing is that he should be sacked for incompetence, and then should be investigated for complicity, because that's the only thing that could be happening. The police commanders that are in those communities that Galamsey is happening as well, they also should be held responsible. The dismissal should happen outright. And then after the dismissal, we should investigate to find out that are they allowing that because, you know, they were benefiting out of this ecological and environmental crime that is taking place. Also, we also should ensure that all the people that have been mentioned, all the people that, you know, the Attorney General has had cause to say the investigation should happen. You know, it's sad. We've not had Iyoko give us any briefing of what has happened. But what should happen is that we all, at this particular point, to take a pause as this thing that has happened and decide that this is the time that we will go very hard on this environmental criminals. Let's take a cue from what happened to female genital mutilation. You know, in the past, we used to call it female circumcision. The UN was deliberate in changing the name. So people could then decide that, oh, I'm going to do female circumcision to my daughter. And that was normal. And when the name was changed and was also accompanied by aggressive advocacy and awareness creation, who is going to now go and say that I am going to do mutilate my female, my daughter's genitals? So it is important that, and again, it's the same thing that we're doing with corruption. Now today, you know, people, when you say somebody's father is corrupt, it's fine. Say to somebody, a child, that your father is a thief, and you'll find out that they will change. So corruption too, we need to stop calling it corruption and call it thievery, and call those who are engaged in it thieves. It's the same thing we need to do to Galamsey. Stop calling, because, may call Gala. Because we have normalized the whole, environmental crime that is being committed. So let's call it what it is and call those who are involved in it, not Galamseyers, but environmental criminals, so that we all can see them as what they are. The fact that they, they are causing the kidney diseases to go on the rise, they are causing deformation of babies, they are causing the spontaneous, abortions that are taking place. We should call out the fact that turbidity of water that has been set to be at a particular figure of 5 NTUs, we have places where they are way above 14,000 NTUs and all of that. So we should, and because of that, you and I are having to pay a lot more to Ghana Water, so that instead of using, the known coagulants that they use in treating water, now they are using polymer. And, a compound that is used in treating dirty water, that is what they are using to treat water for us. So we should use this as painful as it is. That pain, should move all of us to get into the point where we're going to stop this and hold those who are responsible for this carnage that they are causing us. The people who have made all of us as a country, go through this particular pain. The tears should not be in vain. The blood should not be in vain. That blood should speak. That blood should speak. And me, I pray that any politician, again, who is involved in it, the blood of those who have died should be on their heads. The blood of their colleagues should be on their heads, both the past government and this current government. The rich people who are able to bring the excavators and all of that into here, the blood of these people should be on their heads. That has been the thing. Those of you who've been following me, my prayer that I put on my status, it's been consistent since that thing happened. It's been consistent. And so we should not only leave it to prayer, we should leave it to mass action. It is the reason why we all need to mobilize and support the government in making sure that we deal decisively with these people.
But you see, and here's where, Commander.
Yes, I know my colleague is very passionate about this Galamsey issue. And of all Ghanaians, I expect that have the same feelings. But I've been wondering that in the villages and so forth, where the children from the age of about 9, 10 are going to do Galamsey, I've come to know what money is. After we even defeat them, and they don't have any source of income to live, what happens? So I think that we may win the fight, that we may come back. So maybe we should not start maybe in the villages farming, give them subsidies and let them go into farming or something to earn some money and then stay away from the sites. But you clear them from the sites, they'll go back again and do it because they need money to survive. So I think the government should be looking at a research program and see how best it can create jobs that we got breeders, brigade, this and that, and farm and things. Because you can't transfer any real job into the villages. But they need to eat. They need to eat. So what are we doing about that one?
So, Commander, so the interesting thing is that where this aid were going to was where that is going to happen. Again, you see, alternative livelihoods is fine, but in a place where you have minerals in, it will be difficult for you to say they should not. So the responsible mining, the only thing that we would add is that a bit more
responsible now.
Yes, a bit more consultation should happen to ensure that this community cooperative mining that we want to do is distinct and learn from the failings of what had happened in the past, so that the elements are in there, but we need to tweak it, make sure that the issues around accountability, so that if they're even going to mine, they mine very responsibly. The plan would be that you have a central processing plant that you would use. The plan is that you get professionals that will come in to provide them technical support. The plan is to also have even some of the large-scale miners provide some technical support in terms of how all of this should go. We should put money into the issues of exploration, because if you start mining in this particular place, for you to sustain it, there's some continuous exploration that has to be going on. So the same way that we regulate the large-scale miners, we have to bring the same thing. We need to make sure that this also does not suffer the fate of community mining, where it just became the politicians against taking it, and even the community mining itself was done without, making sure that they were doing the things the right way, and the mining could coexist with the environment. So that should happen. And the interesting thing about this, again, is also the fact that as part of it, they are also adding some training and all of that to it, the bit about the restoration again. So I think, Wing Commander, you're spot on. We have to replace the illegality that is happening, the irresponsibility that is happening, with some responsibility, but do it very well. And so for me, and I said that at that event, that the ministry, though this has been launched, we need to look at the framework again, working together with various stakeholders to make sure that if we're going to replace it, it will be far different from what we did with community mining, and be done well. And I'm happy that at least they put a small R before the community mining. Now it's called responsible, community mining. And that has to be pushed. And one of the major failings that happened the last time was the identity of who owns the community mine. So this cooperative mine, I would urge and admonish that we should register them as companies limited by shares, so that if I am in a particular community, and I know there's a cooperative mine there, we know clearly who are the people who owns them. An interesting thing again about this particular one is that there's a share of, there's a formula to share the resources that come out of it. So those who are involved in it, the traditional authorities, the assemblies, part of the monies will be put into doing some restoration, and that's good. But we need, again, in all of this, we need to tighten it up, make sure we can get other people to also contribute to it, and make sure that once we've done it, then we go by it.
I see. And when Commander, the question that you're saying, if an answer is gotten, will be critical to getting some clarity on exactly what led to this crash, is why this helicopter was flying that low. If what the eyewitnesses said is anything to go by. But beyond that, what are the other things that, would be looked out for or should be of concern to the investigators? Because this is an aircraft that was owned and operated by the Ghana Air Force. So when there's an incident like this, I mean, beyond just asking that critical question, what else?
Well, the first thing, it depends on the site of crash, damage, whether some parts can be repaired and so forth. Recently, not too long ago, there was a forced landing somewhere around the Futu area. That chopper has been repaired, it's flying. But when you have a crash 5 of this nature, you will not pick anything up. And I'm saying that we should find the cause because it's an engine, an electronics which you are using. Anything can go off for the pilot to lose control. And once you lose control of a chopper, we don't have rules where a helicopter is hanging on. It comes down. So that's why it's critical to find why did they leave the assigned height to come that low to hit a tree or something. Because pilots in planning navigation, we always plan some thousands of feet away from obstacles. So there's no reason that you fly and go into hit. Something must have happened. And being an engine, and of course, it's also drawing fuel from fuel tanks. Anything mechanical or electronic could have done. What the villagers are saying that they had the ramping of the engine and so forth. Maybe the pilot was trying to resuscitate the helicopter, but if it's not there, it comes down. And I said it was unfortunate that there was no landing pad anywhere nearby that he could have done a forced landing. Not that even they have crash landing and a forced landing. So you could have, executed that action. So until we get the results. But let me warn Ghanaians that I think our expectancy of getting to know what happened the pressure is too much. If you even take the U.S. passenger jet which crashed with the Marine helicopter in America, how long did it take for them for black box message to come out? So we shouldn't rush in saying that maybe they found the voice recorder and the black box, then within 2-3 days, as I said, it takes time before the results come. So let's concentrate to finish what's ahead of us, bury them, and then whatever comes out will be a dressing issue for the Air Force as you operate. But I will on my own accord, one thing the aircraft was not prepared for that flight. I don't think so. Or the pilot would not have taken it up.
I see. But just for, at least, as you indicated, the expectancy level is high. And that's for good reason. But then, based on the information and reality as you know it, what is the standard operating procedure? What is the time period that we should expect some information about what was contained in this black box or the voice recorder that has been retrieved?
Well, I said earlier, even United States, the crash between the jet airliner and the Marine helicopter happened about sometime around about April. It's only about last week or 2 weeks ago when the results came out. So I said that the black box is only or can be opened only by the manufacturer. And the plane was manufactured in China.
Yes.
So at the plane, the black box will be sent back to China, or a team will come here to come and open it, and they will then encode whatever parameters which the black box is going to tell them is because of A, B, C, D. That is why it lost height and crashed. If you are flying at the wrong altitude, it will tell you.
Right.
Anything which aircraft is being operated on will be recorded as black box. By expectancy in weeks or days, that's why I'm cautioning that we should be patient. It doesn't come that fast, Thank you.
I see. But then, and that also leads to the next issue about in being patient. And now that we've had samples flown out and all of that, that will also influence the entire period of investigation, is it not? Because
no. I mean, the black box,
there has to be a conclusive picture of how the exact
the black box
issue
is going to
like.
tell you, and everything from when the airplane was started in Accra until it crashed.
From the time it took off?
Yes. As soon as you start the engines and things, the black box starts working. So to tell you everything, so we need to wait and get to know what happened. What the people saw by eye may not be the result. What was the reason that they came so low that they will see them? And I repeated and said that no pilot will fly on treetops, let's say 20 feet or 30 feet above a tree. Because you don't know whether the next tree is higher than the one you are seeing. But we have separation heights, that will fly on. But what made it to lose the height and come down and then maybe fly into something, whether being a hill, a tree or something. And I also believe our trees are not that high, except it's on a mountain. But even that, from the topography map, before you take off, you know all these areas and plan above them. So the likelihood that the pilot just flew low to hit a tree is difficult to comprehend.
And that will be the key.
That will be the key, yes, because it crashed. So that led to what led to the crash? Was it an engine failure, or power failure, or fuel failure? What happened? If even they put a bomb, it will indicate that the aircraft exploded. But all what we've heard so far, the aircraft didn't explode in midair. It didn't. It's after the crash that it exploded. So the accident had happened and then it exploded. But not that it was seen flying with fire behind it. No. They didn't see it that way. They saw it coming low and they heard a noise, boom, and they rushed it.
How key is the eyewitness report in all of this? Because, I mean, there could be distortions in the eyewitness report. So beyond the eyewitness report, what other measures could be employed to authenticate or establish exactly, what happened? Because right now we are referencing what the eyewitness said.
I've come back to tell you that the black box is the one to determine all this, but not what the eyewitness. The eyewitness will face definitely the board of inquiry to get to know what he saw or whether it will be in line. And I'm saying helicopter is not a fixed wing. It's flying. It has a height, a safety height that is flying. What made it come down? That is the critical issue. If it exploded in the air, we can assume maybe somebody put a device into it. Are you with me? But if it just fly and suddenly started coming low, something had happened for it to come low, to hit whatever it hit, to turn into this disaster. And I'm saying that, assuming that he was flying over even enemy territory, you can't bring this helicopter down by AK-47 or a Japanese. It must be much a bigger missile to hit it for it to fall off. So that possibility too is out. So let's look at the technical reason. I'm not here to predict. Let's see what the box says.
Right. And a number of your messages, quite a number of them, I'll read a few and then we'll go for a quick break and we will continue the conversation. Kojo Aka Kwating says, Alfred, I had an eyewitness amongst the first people who knew what happened from their farm that they called the assemblyman who called Obuasi. So they could have been instructed to hold on before the regional minister got there to say thank you. Dr. Gacy, the former chief fire officer, good morning. He says, what are the standard operational procedures for unified command of agencies, unified in such situations? You want to answer that?
There is a command how to move troops to go to site, and when the board of inquiry is open, a doctor could be incorporated after they've seen the bodies, what happened. But there's a standard procedure for board of inquiry. Of course, to check us. We have officers in the Air Force who have been highly trained in the States to investigate air crashes. We have them on spot. But the ability to determine what happened is not possible until it's in a black box.
Okay, this one here from Kofi Jaguar says, all surveillance footage around the helipad should be thoroughly investigated as to whether there was no tampering in the night before the departure. Is that something that could be possible?
That is completely out. On the base of guard duties, how can someone infiltrate that? It's completely out.
Thank you. Fifi Banson says, good morning. Do we have air ambulance in Ghana? Could the Air Force have moved another helicopter on a search and rescue mission?
Okay, I've mentioned it already.
Please.
You drop an aircraft helicopter chopper in the forest region. High trees. If the Air Force sent a search and rescue is when you are not too sure where the aircraft went down. The searcher, but they knew the route. The villagers had indicated that this is where it happened. But when another helicopter goes there, since there's no path for it to land, maybe the next village who has a school park or a market area where it can land, maybe about 20 miles away. So immediately, the Air Force can send a helicopter. They can pin it down. Even the best they can do is drop soldiers. But you see, you don't have soldiers who are trained to do that standing by all the time. It takes time to get them ready and to move them and to drop supplies. So that's the procedure.
Okay, this one also here says, this is Dr. Ishmael says, good morning. Couldn't they have dropped proper bags by drone? I think that question has been answered. Worst case scenario must be part of developing operational readiness by all institutions. It says, as Wing Commander. So, couldn't the Army have dropped also men in parachutes to secure the site?
Your parachute in a forested area? How are you going to land the soldiers? They should trees to hang down, they will climb down the tree. It's not possible. I said earlier, if this, for example, in these areas, the savannah areas and so forth, they are not forested. You can drop them, they can come, the plane can land. But in a forested area, how can you drop a paratrooper? How would he survive? Hanging on a parachute and dangling there, it's not possible.
This one says
they could drop them closest to the scene.
The scene.
Where they can do that.
Perfect, thank you. President Henry Koforidia says, good morning. Indeed, the menace of Galamsey is causing havoc to us, and we as Ghanaians must come together and support government-led to fight this canker, or else our future generations will not forgive us. So far, the current administration has shown commitment. I humbly urge all to join to fight this. This one here also from the CEO of the, okay, I'll retrieve it as we go on. The Financial Intelligence Center, FIC CEO, Kojocho Mboafo says, good morning, and thank you for this educative program. It has brought clarity and put all the speculations to rest. Thank you so much for this morning's program. It is all we needed to get the answers while we wait for the investigative report. The speculation was becoming quite concerning, but this morning has helped us all. It's nice to see you interviewing perhaps the most experienced electrical and avionics engineer in this country has ever produced. Kindly let the people put the politics and polemics aside, and let's hear more from him. Captain Sogbojo.
I'm not an engineer.
He said, it's only experience and knowledge that can assuage our grief.
That's true.
Thank you very much. He says, the guests this morning have made the day for the country. He says, kudos to them. Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you.
I want to say something before you go for the break.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of conversation around what we need to do going forward.
Yes.
What I just want to assure the people of Ghana is that we are in mourning, obviously. For us, this is not the time to speak about what is in place to fight Galamsey. As you have seen from the tragedy of this case, indeed, our courageous comrades and servicemen have literally laid down their lives in the fight against Galamsey. His Excellency, the President, will make this ultimate sacrifice that they have made. He will make this sacrifice count. And at the right time, we will continue to communicate to the people of Ghana exactly what is being done in concert with all the recommendations that are coming up, so that we will deal a fatal blow to what we agree is unacceptable desecration of our water bodies and our forests. We remain committed, and we're still mourning with the families and with the nation, and for that reason would respect the memory of our fallen soldiers by restricting the conversation around today's activities.
One very, very important. I'm going to go for this quick break. Let me acknowledge the presence of Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambas, former United Nations envoy to West Africa and the Sahel region. He is joining us on Zoom right now from Grenada. Good morning, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambas. I thank you so much for making the time to join us. It's a heavy moment for us as a country. The last 3-4 days hasn't been good. And I know that you've also been following events here. How did this news of the passing or the loss of these 8 gallant Ghanaians get to you?
This is one of very tragic events that has befallen our country. It has touched virtually every Ghanaian. And it's one of those moments when practically everyone can remember exactly where they were and how this news came to them, and they almost didn't want to believe it. So indeed, it was with me. Where I was, I mean, actually, I was in, I'm in Grenada, as I have told you. It was still pretty early, and it was just one of those news events that will not be true. But as the day advanced, sadly, it came to pass that our compatriots, our comrades, I have been saying to many, that I have been communicating with, that they fell in the line of duty. They were on a patriotic duty, going to a conference to discuss an issue which is of grave national concern. And as we can now see, that they paid the ultimate price. This is the case where you say that a person has paid the ultimate price serving God and their country. And that is why, as I said, every Ghanaian across board, across political divides, across the country, doesn't matter where you come from, what your beliefs are, we all recognize that the 2 ministers, Honorable Minister of Defense, Honorable Minister of Environment, the Deputy National Security, indeed, all the senior officials and the Air Force crew sacrificed their lives, died, serving Ghana, and we all deeply feel the pain of their loss. And it's a moment of national grief, and it's appropriate that 3 days of national mourning have been declared, and they are also very deserving of the state burial that will be granted them. And we will strive as a country to move on. We are resilient people, so we will go through this period of grief and mourning. And of course, in all of this, we shouldn't forget their families. These are all relatively young persons who have left behind young families. And it is my hope and prayer that we can all give them the space to grieve, to express their sorrow. But at the end of the day, when the dust has settled, we need as a nation also to take into consideration how their young families can be supported. So this is what I can say at this point.
And what should be the learnings that we should take from this in honor of the memory of these fallen heroes?
I think, first and foremost, the cause that they were fighting on the mission. The conference in Obuasi, the forum there, was on what we all call Galamsey, which, as I have said, is of grave national concern. So I think that we owe it to them. The biggest tribute we can pay to them is to proceed to address this issue, and we hope that their death will be a rallying point for all stakeholders. All stakeholders. This is not a matter for only government. It is an all society issue. Our chiefs, various communities in which this is going on, the various persons who are involved in Galamsey, I hope that they will also take a deep breath and hold back and see how we can begin to look at sustainable mining. No one is against small-scale mining. We also know the contribution that it is making to our country, to the stabilization now even of the CD. Everybody is acknowledging that it has to do with some of the revenues coming from there, which are now being properly channeled through the gold board, etc. But beyond that, we need to look at how sitting down with the chiefs and the people and the communities, we come up with sustainable policies, sustainable small-scale mining that creates the employment that indeed it is creating, but at the same time, one that is not destroying irreparably our environment and our rivers. So for me, ultimately, that is the greatest tribute that can be paid to these 8 patriotic and gallant Ghanaians who have paid the ultimate price in the fight against Galamsey.
Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, I thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to share with us this morning. I know you're very, very busy. Thank you for joining us, sir.
And our thoughts and prayers continue to be with Mr. President, the government, our people, the good people of Ghana, and especially with the families and loved ones of our departed compatriots.
Thank you very much for taking the time to join us this morning. Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, former United Nations envoy to West Africa and the Sahel. Thank you so much for sharing these words with us. It's all live here on Keypoint on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and also on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London, and also the Voice of London television. And I'm going to go for this quick break. When we are back, we'll round up the conversation. We're keeping an eye on what's happening as well at the Jubilee House. But this morning, As always, I'm clothed by Cogra Clothing. It's the best version of you. Locate them on the Spintex Road, 18 Junction, opposite the Allied Oil Filling Station, ground floor, the same building with the Ghana Made store for this outfit and many more that you've seen me wear every Saturday on Key Point. Call them on this number, 0244-238-341, 0244-238-341. Choose Cogra, choose right. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us.
Reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle.
From the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital.
From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani. From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust. Impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We are live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook. And we had advertised earlier in the week, although for the past couple of weeks, that we here at Media General TV3 and 3FM, we're going to put together a thought leadership on sustaining the gains that the city has made. But we wish to inform you, the general public, that the thought leadership originally scheduled for Tuesday, August 12, 2025 at the Labadi Beach Hotel has been postponed. This decision has been made due to the recent tragic events that has impacted us as a nation. We will communicate the new date for the event in due course. We appreciate your understanding and support during this difficult time. Thank you so much. So this is for the information of the general public, the August 12th thought leadership that we had planned to have here. TV3, together with the bank, the governor of the central bank being the main speaker, has been postponed indefinitely. So we will keep you updated on the new date. And ladies and gentlemen, last words, finally, before we go, and I'll have you, Shamima, kindly share those fond memories of him, because engineer has done that already, of all the people whom we have lost. Please.
Personally, I'd also like to express my deepest sympathies to the spouses of all the 8 fallen heroes. And I do not know the service service officers and the flying officers personally, but from the tributes that have come through, they were also very great, promising young people. But for Omani, and I still call them Omani and Mutala, because we're all colleagues at the University of Ghana around the same time. Omani was in medical school, but he was a member of the General Assembly, so he used to come to Legon for General Assembly meetings. I was also in the General Assembly from year 1. That was the 1999 2000 academic year. I beg your pardon. When did I even go to Legon? 97. I finished that 1999-2000 academic year. That was it. So we're all in the General Assembly together. Mutala contested SRC elections with he was the running mate to Albert Kwashiga. In the year that they contested. And they did not win the election, and I always used to tease him over that election. But he was a passionate young man. He was a passionate Pan-Africanist. In fact, he had a library full of all of Nkrumah's books and other Pan-Africanist writers, and a voracious reader at that. And so I was sharing yesterday of just how much they invested in knowledge. The same thing with Dr. Omani Boama. So the year Omani had contested NUC's president the year before and was going again the second time. And we all sat in the same bus to Kumasi, it was, for that NUC's Congress where Omani emerged victorious as the NUC's president. And he was reading a book by Che Guevara. At that time, I only knew about Fidel Castro. So I said, well, who is this? And he said, you don't know about Che Guevara, that he's the Marxist, revolutionarist, of all time. So we had a conversation about his life and his works and why he loved, those books. So these are young people who invested in knowledge and were passionate about what they did right from their student days. So it was not surprising that they all rose to national prominence. And they were real brothers, very knowledgeable, very kind, very loving. The tributes that have come in should at least ease part of the burden that the families will be going through, because they would hear lots of great things that their loved ones were to many people. Omani was many things to many people. Indeed. And the level of competence that is required to be able to share your time as widely as he did. Many people have evidence of conversations even as at that morning. I wonder what time his day starts and what time his day ends, given the levels of responsiveness that he had for many, many people. They will be missed, dear comrades. You will be missed. And as laborers, your task is over and your work is done. So please, you have been set free. Rest in peace, comrades. Till we all meet again, rest in peace.
Shabima Muslim, Deputy Presidential Spokesperson, thank you so much for joining us and also sharing these words with us. And the same goes to you, Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, also sharing those fond memories earlier. And you indicated that the late Dr. Manubama was your student at some point.
Yes, not at some point. He was a student, and when he qualified, I was the chief executive. And as Shamima said, Kolebu, Manubama was a student leader, very boisterous, and he led a strike in Kolebu And then so, as House officers, so I sacked them, all of them. That if you don't want to go on, if you want to go on strike and not do your house marshal, then leave Kolebu.
And he didn't complain about the food. That the food wasn't the quality of the food.
He didn't like me for that. But later on, they saw the wisdom in what I did.
Okay.
There's this Dr. Wusu Sechia, who became CEO of Kolebu. That's why I went there. I asked the people, please, don't you have any reason to go on strike on this person? Because that's what he was doing. Anyway. But Murtala Mohammed, very competent. He took over the environment ministry and trying to do things.
Thank you.
So
I thank you so much for joining us this morning. Also to you, Engineer Dr. Kenashigbe, thank you so much for coming. And I know you couldn't hold back your tears at some point. Thank you. That's pure show of emotion there. Wing Commander Patrick Nelson Sogojo, retired Ghana Air Force officer, is a jet fighter pilot, and then also the chair of the Convention People's Party. They reached out to me that I have to add that, the CPP. Thank you so much, Wing Commander. Thank you so much for making the time to be here. Appreciate you, indeed. And to you as well, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, thank you so much for joining us. My name is Alfred Ocansey. We're back at 4 p.m. for the coverage of the moments of reflection. Have a great day.